Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for this week's WWE Raw and should be a decent show. Not loads of stuff for us to go through in regards to previewing the show. There's a few things that have been announced. Nothing that I think is going to set the world on fire. Probably most interestingly, an Elias versus Jeff Hardy guitar on a pole match. It's been a while since we've seen something on a pole match. So guitar on a pole match, it makes perfect sense. Obviously, they've been attacking each other with guitars in recent weeks. So, yeah, I don't mind that. But it's not something that I'm like crazy excited about. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. So, we've got a few things to go through. Let me see if I can just hunt down the chat as always. YouTube always likes to hide it from me at the start. There we go. Boom. Shout out to everyone that is in the chat. Hope you are all well. Nigel B, shout out to you, my friend. Who do you think should challenge Randy Orton for the WWE Championship? Asks D. Stevenson. I think that it would be... I think that it should be... That's a really good question, because it's Edge is the answer, but I can't think of how you get from now to Edge. I know a lot of people would like The Fiend. We've spoken about that in detail. I very much think that it's going to be a case that they might tease that, and then maybe we just carry on with Drew McIntyre for a bit. Obviously, we saw last week The Fiend is around, but yeah, he had a choice and he chose McIntyre, so perhaps I'll do McIntyre for a bit, give him a few small feuds, and then, you know, before you know it, Edge will be back. Chris Kelly, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Right, let's just quickly run through the show. So we've got Jeff Hardy against Elias, guitar on a pole match. We've got Shayna Baszler and Nia Jax versus Mandy Rose and Dana Brooke. And we've also got the New Day versus the Hurt Business. So we've got all of that happening as well. Don15, shout out to you. Yeah, there is confusion about when the show actually starts. So to be honest, I think it starts in an hour. There's reports going around that they got the TV timings wrong here in the UK. If you actually look in the UK, it says it doesn't start for another 2 hours. But apparently there's reports saying that that is actually incorrect and that it will be starting at midnight. So, to be honest, I could have waited and seen or just go for it. So, yeah, I went for it because I'm under the impression it starts in an hour. What do you think about Finn Balor's NXT title reign? I think that it's been quite interesting. I don't think it was planned. I think they were going to stick with Karrion Kross. I think that his match against Kyle O'Reilly was very interesting, hard-hitting, different to what I was expecting, and a lot of people enjoyed it. I thought it was very good as well. I thought it was probably the best match on that card. But I didn't get like too crazy about it. I kind of thought it was around a 4-star, maybe even a 4.25 if you want to be really generous. But yeah, I think that it had gone well. But obviously he's picked up this injury now, so we don't know what's next. Show starts. Hi, today was my birthday. Christian, shout out to you. WWE official backstage news. Mustafa Ali versus Bobby Lashley. US title tonight on WWE Raw. Is that true? I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that news. So that's interesting. So shout out to Wrestling Day friend. Shout out to everyone that's in the chat. So, right, let me go through. I'm going to go through the news that I've got written down so that we can cover things. So, as we said, tonight on the show, what's been announced? Jeff Hardy versus Elias, a guitar on a pole match. we've got Shayna Baszler and Nia Jax versus Mandy Rose and Dana Brooke. So that's going to be, I believe, for the women's tag titles. Obviously, fingers crossed. I haven't changed the background because I'm keeping everything crossed that Lana will once again go through a table. That's what I'm hoping for. So that's my lucky background now. That's what I've decided. This is my lucky background. I'm going to stick with this on Raw until that week happens, because you know it's going to happen one week where she doesn't go through the table. It's got to happen one week, but I just hope it's not this week. And we've got New Day taking on the Hurt Business. So this is going to be, I think, Shelton and Cedric versus the New Day. So that should be quite interesting. That's the kind of thing that I would like to see the Hurt Business doing. You know, they've been with Retribution, which has been fine, but the feud has been awful because Retribution are awful and Hurt Business keep winning. Plus also, technically, it's like heel versus heel. So it kind of leaves people confused, doesn't it? So, yeah, don't know. We'll have to see. Jennifer, shout out to you. Hurt Business are going to win that, says Wrestling Days fan. Days, it's the Trash Business now. Chalmers, shout out to you as well. I'm just waiting for it to read your message out, Jennifer. But it seems to be a little bit delayed.
Jennifer Lockhart is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Daylight savings time, my friend. 2 hours, but it'll take the extra hour with you and the chat.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know when it starts. I actually looked into it, and it looked to me like it was 1. It's listed as being at 1. And like on the TV listings, 1 a.m. So it would be in a couple of hours' time. But then there was people like Gary Cassidy, for example, on Twitter, said that he'd spoken to someone and it was starting at midnight. And there was a few other people on Twitter as well that were saying the same things. So there is confusion. They have royally messed this up. There isn't a very clean message as to what time it starts. And what I didn't want to do was run the risk of starting at midnight and the show just beginning, and then we just miss this. Because there's a lot of people I know that really enjoy like this hour before. So it makes no difference to me. I don't care if it starts in an hour or if it starts in 2 hours, to be honest. So if you want to keep talking about it in the chat, that's absolutely fine. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. So I'm here and ready to go. I'm under the impression that it starts in 50 odd minutes. But whatever, it is what it is. You know, if it's actually going to go back to starting at 1 a.m., then that's absolutely fine. As I said, I just didn't want to run the risk of us losing that hour before. So, yeah, I can see it very much is the talk of the chat at the moment. But I do want to move on from that conversation. That's not talking about time. Isn't really why we're here, is it? So, you know, it is what it is. Right, yes, someone just talking about the Undertaker. So what I want to do is show you the image of the new belt that's just been released. Now, they've only made 100 of these, and it looks really, really cool. It looks really cool. I really do like this. So this is limited. They've made 100. It's a commemorative belt. And it's to honor his 30 years. Now, obviously, they've done one before of these kind of commemorative belts to honor the Undertaker. They've done them before to honor Triple H and all that kind of, all those different superstars. There's a Ric Flair one, there's a China one, loads of different ones they've done. This is the second Undertaker one, and I think it looks really cool. I've got it all set up. That is... hopefully everyone will be able to see that. I know a lot of people just listen along at work and whatever. Shout out to you if that's you. But on screen, I mean, I can try and describe it for you. It's basically a winged eagle belt, but the strap is actually shaped I'm not sure why it's in that shape, to be perfectly honest. It's not jumping out at me that that's some kind of significant shape, but it looks really cool. The detail around the faceplate is stunning. I love those lines, the detail that's in there. I believe the inside is purple. I think the globe as well is purple. When we talk about detail, that's the kind of things that we're talking about. Like, you might not notice it at first, but the globe that's behind the head of the eagle is purple. And it's purple on the side plate as well. The side plate is the same shape as the winged eagle side plate. This one has got, obviously, an urn. And it's also got the 30-year kind of logo on it as well. And also, look at on the sides as well, the extra around the side plates just looks absolutely stunning. And then right at the top, you've got that Undertaker logo right at the very top, just above the plates, the side plates, and the central plate as well. Really expensive though. I think this is around about 800 odd pounds. Like, it's crazy expensive, but it is really nice, and they've only made 100 of those. It's hard to know, like, I mean, if you're a die-hard Undertaker fan, maybe you would want that, but it's hard to know exactly who that caters for, because it's not a belt that's ever existed, and it's a belt to kind of honour his 30 years. It's a really nice thing, but I don't know. I mean, would I want it? Yeah, absolutely, but I don't know. Who's going to be dropping that kind? I suppose there's people out there, rich people, that's nothing to them, is it? So they could own that, so it is nice. It is. I do like it. I always try and picture it around the waist of the superstar, and I'm just picturing like Undertaker with his long black jacket slowly making his way down, and when he gets into the ring, pulls that jacket apart, and that is around his waist, and that's how I try and visualize it, and it just looks stunning. I wish they would explore straps like that, to be honest. I think that is a degree of detail that is definitely missing from modern belts. Modern belts, the straps are literally just a little bit around the faceplates. Like, there's really not much to the actual belt itself, whereas with this, the belt plays a big part. We all know what the winged eagle faceplate looks like. Obviously, they've made some changes to the side plates, but it's really the actual belt itself, the leather bit, that kind of really steals the show on this one. So I do like it. I know they could have gone even crazier with it as well. Like, you could, of course, gone even crazier. There's more they could have done. They could have put maybe a touch more purple in there on the belt itself. That might have popped. That might have looked nice. Or maybe the belt itself, rather than it being black, could have been purple. Maybe they could have had a look at something like that. So they could have gone further, but I don't think there's any denying that they've done a really, really good job there. And I don't know, you kind of look at that and it just makes, I mean, I look at that and it does just break my heart, really, what we've got for the actual belts, you know, just like a big W. I understand it's the logo, but it's like, it's meant to be the biggest prize. It's meant to be, for me, bejeweled, and this item of, you know, you must have that. And look at it, it's absolutely stunning. It should be a detailed prize, something that you treasure, something that you savor, something that you dream about. Do people dream about that big W belt? I don't know. It's just, what about the blue W belt, the blue universal? Like, they're not desirable objects, are they? Like the actual belts themselves. So, yeah, I would love for them to bring back something that kind of, do you know what I mean, looks as classy, as great as what that does. So, yeah, that's come out. That is available now, I believe. But as we said, not cheap at all. It's I think having purple background might be too much. The black looks better, says Anna. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. I would definitely want to see it. And as we said, you know, being reserved with it is probably the better way forward. So yeah, it's a fair point. But yeah, I mean, it's great. It is great. I would love it if, like, when you won the belt, Like, if there was a way that you got your own custom belt, that would be really good. Because then, like, do you know what I mean? That would be an extra level of intrigue, wouldn't it? Like, you win the belt, and then the next night we're gonna see your custom belt. We get to see your custom belt the next night on Raw, or that week on SmackDown, or whatever it might be. That could be really, really cool. Really cool. Maybe you'd have to wait a little bit longer to make it believable, because I don't think belt makers could throw together a belt in like 24 hours. But so maybe you'd have to wait a week or whatever. But then it could become a thing, couldn't it? Join us like on Monday for Drew McIntyre's custom belt unveiling, and everyone would have like a custom title. Do you know what I mean? It would really help ratings. You could then sell them on the shop. I don't know why they don't explore that. That would be so much better. So much better. Because look at some of the designs they've been coming up with for those commemorative belts. They've been knocking it out of the park. They really have. Like, look at Stone Cold's Smoking Skull. I thought that was a great looking belt. I thought Stone Cold Smoking Skull was great. The Brahma Bull belt, which we've done a review of on the channel for The Rock. That was awesome. You had Cena's spinner belt. I mean, that was awful. You can't win them all. Do you know what I mean? But the thing was, that one stuck around, didn't it? That one, for whatever reason, didn't go away. So, yeah, I would love it if they started doing that. So, yeah, that was quite interesting. We've got Kylie Ray has come out and said that she is retiring, which is quite interesting news as well, isn't it? I don't know why she has come out and said that. She is someone that did we ever really find out the truth as to why she left AEW? It was all a bit of a mystery, wasn't it? Like, she seemed to be under contract, and then she just asked for her release. She ended up then going to the Indies for a bit, and then went over to Impact. I don't know what's been happening over at Impact, but now she's just come out and said she's done. That's it. Like, she's retiring from pro wrestling. So, yeah, quite an interesting character. I don't know what's been going on there with her. So, yeah, we'll have to see, like, if any more news comes out about that. But if you've heard anything, then yeah, let us know. Let us know. Christian says, Days, you were kind of right, as Paige has come out and said she isn't going to stop her Twitch account. I mean, that whole thing is, I mean, I think we pretty much covered that. We had a real good conversation on it the other day, didn't we? So, you know, we were talking in depth about, like, can they do it? Why are they doing it? How are they doing it? I suppose for me, it comes down to why are they doing it? And definitely it can be because of money. I mean, you know, they make a decent amount, and it could be that WWE want to ensure they get a piece of that. I do think as well, though, that WWE, I mean, like, it is difficult. The contracts say that they're individual contractors. So for me, that's it. Argument over. WWE shouldn't be doing this. Like, independent contractors, that's it, right? That means that they should be free to do whatever they want outside of WWE. So I'm not saying that what WWE are doing is right, but trying to figure out why are they doing it. They could be doing it, as we said, because when someone streams live, like, anything could be said. Do you know what I mean? Like, anything could happen. Obviously, you know, they get given their scripts on WWE TV. They're told what to say, whereas now they're just themselves. You don't know what political views they've got. You don't know if they're... Do you know what I mean? They could be like a really big babyface character, and then they stream and they're just an awful person. Like, do you know what I mean? I can understand, in a way, WWE wanting to protect themselves from the backlash to that. So I can understand as well the fact that they might want to stop the streaming, but allow the YouTube videos, where, because then they can obviously check those first. So we kind of covered all of that. I don't know. I mean, look, if she wants to carry on, then I mean, if she's an independent contractor, so I have to keep going back to it because I don't want my words getting twisted. She should be allowed to carry on. independent contractor. She should be allowed to carry on. But I don't know that she's going to be able to be honest. I mean, she might carry on, but she might end up losing her WWE contract as a result. So, but maybe she's weighed it up and just kind of like, I think she said the other day that she was done with this company. She was like, I'm done with this company. I broke my neck twice for them, and this is how I'm being treated, kind of a thing. And you can understand her having that reaction. So, yeah, I think it is quite messy. But it's definitely worth talking about. I think we covered it in quite good detail the other day. We went into quite a bit of detail because of it was kind of when the story was breaking. And obviously, you know, she'd been on a Twitch streaming tears and everything. It's like, you don't want to see that. I mean, she is right. Her mom was pregnant with her when she was wrestling. So her mom was pregnant, and while she was wrestling, so she's basically been wrestling when she was an embryo, when she was still in her mom's womb. So the fact that that's been taken away from her must be really hard. It's her life. It's all she knows. And for some reason, she doesn't seem to be one of those cases where she's going to get back to the ring. There's no talk or anything about her exploring different medical things. Like, can I get this sorted? Is there a way of getting this fixed? Or you don't hear any of that. So it very much seems like her career is done. So I mean, I wonder if there was anything. There can't be. I should imagine she has looked into it. But, like, you would have thought the same about Edge. And you would have thought the same about Daniel, wouldn't you? But, I don't know. Doesn't look possible, does it? Shay says, do you think SmackDown is going to invade tonight? Do I think SmackDown will invade tonight? I think there's a good chance that they will invade at some point. But I'm not sure that it will be tonight. I don't think we're quite there with having the teams sorted yet. I mean, you don't know, do you? Like, WWE could of course do it. It could happen, but I would be surprised because I think they might want to just have like the teams properly sorted. Like, I feel like we've got the Raw women's team. Have we got the SmackDown women's team yet? I don't think we have. So I don't know who would be invading, for example, unless it's just going to be the whole locker room and we're actually not going to worry about who's on the teams or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to say no, not yet, but I would expect something before Survivor Series. Tonight on Raw, Jeff Hardy versus Elias in a guitar on a pole match. The New Day versus the Hurt Business. Mandy and Dana versus Nia and Shayna. Orton in the Fiend's sight. And much more, says David Hall. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It is an interesting lineup. I don't think, though, there's anything that's been announced there that's essential. I don't think there's anything there that's, like, jumping out as being, you know, can't miss kind of a thing. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they've got lined up. You would hope that they've got something. You'd hope that there's going to be a big talking point, but it's hard to see where that big talking point's going to come from, unless it is going to be something like SmackDown invading or something like that. Monica King, shout out to you. Feed me more. Ryback is rumoured and is also signing a contract for WWE. I'm very surprised at that. I don't know if you saw that news about the banned list for the Thunderdome. I'm sure you have. So images doing the rounds. I think even a video doing the rounds of things that have been banned from the Thunderdome. And they include, or, you know, things that can't be shown. They include AEW logos, Impact logos, New Japan logos, Enzo, Cody Rhodes, Brandy Rhodes, Marty Scurll, the Young Bucks, Chris Benoit, CM Punk, Jim Cornette, which I thought was very strange. I thought that was weird. Del Rio, Ryback, which is why I have to say it looks unlikely he's coming back. because he's on the banned list in the Thunderdome. Ashley, superstar Billy Graham. Like, honestly, who's getting a picture of superstar Billy Graham to show? I'm very surprised at that. Vicky Guerrero? I mean, I know she went to AEW, but it's not as if she's on the show every week. I don't even know the last time I saw Vicky Guerrero. So, I thought that was a bit strange. The flag of Hong Kong, which you can kind of understand. There's been a lot of, political tension there. The flag of Tibet, can kind of understand. Chinese flag of PRC. So that apparently is the list. Now, I do find it strange because there's some in there that you'd expect, like Owen Hart, for example. But in fact, anyone that's not on the WWE roster, like you would think that like there's a chance. I don't understand how that works. Like I kind of think that surely the people that are looking over the Thunderdome need to be aware of wrestling. Do you know what I mean? Like they need to know wrestling because like Marco Stunt isn't on this list and neither is Orange Cassidy. Do you know what I mean? Like all of these people that you would expect. I'll tell you a name that's not on there. Jericho. So apparently they're worried about superstar Billy Graham, but they're not worried about someone showing Jericho. I don't understand. I don't know why that list exists. I don't know why. I don't know, because that says to me that the people that are watching over the Thunderdome aren't wrestling fans or don't know these people, and so these pictures are there for their benefit. Like if you see any of these images, any of these people, make sure that they don't go on. But what about all the hundreds of other people? Do you know what I mean? What about Kenny Omega? What about Tony Khan? Do you know, what about China? Do you know what I mean? They've got Chris Benoit on there, but as we said earlier, what about Owen Hart? What about all of these like people? So yeah, really surprising that thing exists at all. That it's even a thing. So that's the banned list anyway for the Thunderdome. Dane Film says Jericho made the list. Lauren says Young Brooks versus Nia and Shayna is for the titles. Yeah, the only thing I would say about that though is that if the titles change hands, is that significant? Can we say that the women's tag titles are significant? Because I would argue no. I would say that the unless you're going to have like Lita and Trish going for those titles, unless you're going to have those two competing for them, then I would argue that they're not significant. They just haven't invested in them enough, you know, and they keep hot-shotting them around, and there's not really a women's tag division to speak of anyway. I mean, even if like Shayna and Nia retain, who is the next team that they should go against? Where is this red hot women's tag team that's ripping it up, that's crying out for a title match, you know? I mean, could you imagine if you had like two baby faces down in NXT that were just killing it week after week, great matches? They were like the female version of the Revival, and they were like just having these great matches week after week, ripping it up, banging on William Regal's door saying, get us the women's tag champs and all of it. Like, you could do something, you could build it up, but it's just like thrown together and don't know. I mean, it's for the title. The title changes hands. Great. If it doesn't, as long as Lana goes through the table, that's all I care about, honestly. As long as the end result is Lana goes through the table, it's all I need. It's all I need. Lauren says, I mean, if Nia and Shayna lose, then it gives Nia a reason to put Lana through a table. Well, in all fairness, I don't think she needs that reason. I think the reason is already there. It's Lana. Do you know what I mean? Just go on a TikTok. You'll find at least 50 reasons to put her through a table. So, yeah. Well, look, again, anything that results in her going through a table, sign me up. Sign me up. Yes, we've got a few things. The other thing as well, Zelina Vega has started a fans-only account. This is true. This is true. She started a fans-only account. Now, for those of you that don't know what this is where people can go to put risque imagery of themselves. She says that there's going to be no, like, full-on nudity and stuff like that, but I think she's going to get, do you know what I mean, as close to it as possible. Like, I don't think there's going to be much left to the imagination kind of a thing. So, yeah. I mean, I wonder how that works with WWE's social media thing. You know, they're shutting down Twitch accounts and everything, and now here's Zelina Vega. Because you know WWE would want a piece of that. You know WWE would want a piece of... If Zelina Vega's going to be sharing risque images of herself, you know that WWE want to be a part. They were all over pushing the divas in like Playboy and everything, weren't they, back in the day? So I don't know if that's really like a thing anymore. But yeah, I would imagine that they'll probably have a word with her about that account as well. I really can't imagine WWE being like too excited at the thought that one of their active wrestlers has got an OnlyFans account, but there we go. Days, have you decided if you're watching UFC or Full Gear? Both should be great shows. I think they might be on at the same time, might they? And to be honest, I'd be leaning to UFC because as great as Full Gear looks, you're gonna have to pay for it. And honestly, if it's gonna clash with something else and I can't give it my full attention, do you know what I mean? If I'm watching like UFC and I've got this on in the background and I can't give it the attention it deserves, and I'm having to pay for it as well. Like, if it was just free on the network, like WWE pay-per-views are, then I'd be tempted because it's no extra cost. Do you know what I mean? It's no extra cost. It is what it is. But, oh man, to pay for it. To pay for a show that you're not even going to really be watching because the UFC are on at the same time. So that's really bad timing by AEW. Really bad timing. I'm really surprised they haven't changed that. Like, why couldn't they go on Sunday? I don't understand. Why couldn't they do Sunday instead? To my knowledge, there's nothing else that's on Sunday. But instead, they're going up against UFC. And don't forget, you know, they've had UFC fighters on their show. Henry Cejudo, Demetrius Johnson. They all came out with Mike Tyson. They've got Jake Hager, who actually competes in Bellator, and, you know, they were promoting that fact. So there has to be a degree of their fan base that's fans of Bellator and UFC and MMA. So just seems really strange. Really strange. Like, just switch it to Sunday. So, yeah, that's a problem at the moment. It's a real problem. Like, a lot of stuff is overlapping, but I don't get this example because the Sunday looks free. She's married, says Bryce. Days, you're wrong about Zelina. She isn't using OnlyFans for XX photos. She's using it for cosplay under the name Megaminx. I don't know what you mean by I'm wrong, because I said that she's not doing nudes. So how can I be wrong? She's doing, like, risque, okay, cosplay, but do you think she's going to dress up as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Like, do you know what I mean? What do you think she's wearing? Like, have you seen her costumes? So, yeah, she's obviously still going to be putting stuff out on Instagram and whatever, but the stuff that's a bit riskier is going to be going onto this OnlyFans. But honestly, go back and you'll see me saying there's no nudity that's going to be on there. She did say specifically, you know, she made that very clear. And she also said, don't ask as well. Like, you know, because obviously it's got a reputation, that site, as that's where people do go nude. So this is what I'm saying. I'd be amazed if WWE would be allowing one of their superstars onto that site. Like, I don't know if there's any terms or conditions that would break, but it is surprising. It is surprising. Even if it is cosplay. Jacko says, Days, I would love Rosa and Axana to return. Monica says she's going to be making that chingle chingle. She is going to make that chingle chingle. I should imagine that there'll be quite a few people that will sign up for that because she is very good with her costumes and everything. And, you know, she is very active on social media. And she's a good-looking woman as well. So, yeah, I'd imagine that she will make that chingle chingle. But we'll have to see. I'm very interested to see what WWE's response to it is going to be because not only does it not kind of feel in line with the product, but more than that, Vince is definitely going to want to make money from it. So, yeah, we'll have to see what comes of it. What happened to the 93 Raw series? New one will drop tomorrow. I can only, with that, a big thank you to everyone that's been watching that Raw series. I did give a thank yous yesterday, but I appreciate there's a few more people that join us for like the Raw watch-alongs. So, yeah, there's a new series that hit the channel. There's 4 episodes that's up. They're only 6 minutes long each because I purposely tried to keep them short. And I tried to keep them short because I know if you're anything like me, you just do not have the time to invest in like 20, 30-minute long videos. So 6 minutes for each episode. I try to make them as fun as I can. Give you the recap of what happens on the show and point out some fun things that happen on the show as well. So far we've done 4. The response has been, I'm not lying, overwhelming. For like people that have given them a go, like people seem to be really enjoying them, and that's brilliant because I really enjoy making them. But if you've seen them, I hope you can see also how much work goes into them. So that means that, you know, they're not something I can just knock out each day. Like I can probably do about 2 a week. So I've got 5 or 6 that are already recorded, and I'm just about to finish another one. So yeah, they're still coming. The next one will drop tomorrow. I think what I'd be looking at is maybe dropping one on a Tuesday and one on a Thursday, because we tend to do Raw on a Monday. Then I could drop one of them on a Tuesday. Then we got AEW on Wednesday. Then I could drop one of them review things on a Thursday. Then we got SmackDown. Then we got UFC. And then for the next few weeks, we'll be doing some watch-alongs on a Sunday. So I think this Sunday coming will be a Survivor Series episode, which I do need to put a poll up on Twitter for. So I can see Tuesdays and Thursdays being days for those reviews. So yeah, keep an eye out on those. There's a real good one coming up soon, actually, that I'm really excited for people to see. It's all about the march to WrestleMania. So it's actually a longer episode. That one goes for nearly 15 minutes, and it's a special. It's because the show was 2 hours long rather than an hour long. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to people seeing that. Spent a lot of time on that one, and I think it's got some really fun moments in it. So yeah, big shout out to everyone that watched that and enjoyed it. Right, let's jump back into the news. So we spoke about Kaylee Ray. We've had a look at the Undertaker belt. We've spoken about Zelina. We've spoken about the banned images from the Thunderdome. The other thing I read as well is about this Matt Riddle name change. Apparently Matt Riddle has changed his name because of the fact that he's changed it to Riddle because of this court case that's going on at the moment. I don't know if you've seen, but obviously there was someone that spoke out against him, and you know, it turned out he'd been having an affair, and it's quite a bit that had been going on by the sounds of it. But he's obviously denied that it was anything other than an affair. This woman seems to be alleging that a few things went down, that you know, he kind of took advantage and stuff like this. So I think the report I read earlier was that WWE potentially have changed his name so that if you actually search for just Riddle, it doesn't bring up all of that bad press. So there might be some method to the madness. The other thing as well is that Ali has come out. I did tweet out about this. Ali has come out and he says that he's going to rebuild Retribution, basically. He's going to turn the ship around because obviously they've been losing matches. So he's cut a promo whereby he actually explains why they've got silly names and silly masks. And what's interesting is he is basically saying, you're right, the names are silly, the masks are stupid. Like, it's weird. It's really weird, the fact that he's coming out saying this is silly. The reason that he gives is because he says, can you imagine being called Mustafa Ali and growing up and you know, the injustices and prejudices that I've faced? He's like, I wanted them to feel that. I wanted them to be judged the same way that I've been judged. So he says that's why I gave them silly names, and that's why I gave them silly looking masks, so that they can feel the same pain that I felt. Now, I don't mind it. I don't mind that as an excuse. It's not something that I'm going to rip into and say, oh, that's awful or anything, right? I appreciate the fact they're trying to salvage something here. My problem with it is that I don't understand why people would want to join him and stand by him for him to then ridicule them. Like, they clearly believe in his message. They feel like they've been pushed to the side. They feel like they need retribution as well. They feel like they haven't had the chances that they deserve. So I like the idea of them coming together as a group, right? Retribution, we deserve better. So you come together as a group. But he's saying that he now has taken advantage of them, if you will, or he has given them silly names and given them masks so that they can feel the prejudice and the injustice and be judged the same way he has. This doesn't sound like a fun group to join. Like, if I was Dominic Dijakovic, Mia Yim, I'd be like, should we just start our own group? Like, I don't want a stupid name. I don't want a stupid mask. Can't we just start Retribution without Ali? I don't think we need him. So I don't kind of, I struggle with it. I struggle with that side of it. But as I said, I'm not going to lay into it because they're trying to explain the names. They're trying to explain the looks. But I think that they've just gone about it slightly the wrong way. I prefer the idea that, and I did say this on Twitter, I prefer the idea that he gave them new names and he gave them masks so that we couldn't judge them, whoever they are. We couldn't judge them like he was judged. Because that way he's kind of protecting them. That way he's kind of like, we're going to get retribution. I'm going to look after these people. WWE didn't, but they stand with me because they know that I will. And that just fits a lot better in my mind. So, but they've gone a different way. He's doing it to embarrass them. He actively wants to embarrass them and wants them to feel the same pain that he's felt. So, some people, I tweeted out that I wasn't a fan of that, and I tweeted out the way that I would have gone. Some people agreed, some people disagreed, which is absolutely fine. That's the world. And it was an interesting conversation, actually. It was interesting. It was one of those where I sent it out, and once I saw the responses coming in, I was like, I'm really glad I did that. I'm really glad I did that because even the people that were like, nah, I don't agree. The one person said, I get it. I get why they're doing it this way. It's an initiation. So, yeah, you can be in the group and you can stand with me, but you've got to go through this first. Which, you know, I suppose I could buy into that a bit more. He didn't say that, though. He didn't say that he was going to take the silly names and the masks away at some point. He just said that he's giving it to them to make them feel the same pain that he's felt. So, I don't know. I'm still not a fan of it. I still would have taken it a different way, but just worth knowing about. I think that's kind of significant. He probably will mention it on the show tonight. Days, Nia Jax's new move is called the TikTok table shot. Hayden Harding, shout out to you, my friend. Prince, shout out to you. Daniel says, it's rumoured someone will debut at Full Gear. their official advert for Full Gear shows everyone who has debuted in the last year, with the final line coming from Miro saying who will make an impact next. Yeah, I mean, obviously people losing their minds about Sting. I have to mention that because it's the big obvious one that everyone's saying. And I think there's a good chance of it, to be honest. I think Sting was under contract and was picking up a paycheck and was quite happy. But I think that really he was also holding out hope that there might be something between him and Undertaker. And WWE just don't want to do it. And I don't know why. I can only imagine that Vince is of the impression that Sting's time has been and gone. Do you know what I mean? WCW, it was 20 odd years ago now. I mean, fair play. It was 20 years ago. It's all well and good me sitting here as a fan from the 90s. But there's a lot more people watching that aren't. And, are into Roman and the New Day and the Fiend and people like that. And for them, seeing Sting in there is just not going to... They're not going to care. So maybe that boat's just been and gone. So for whatever reason, it doesn't look like they're going to do it. I think if AEW give him a decent contract and, give him something exciting to get involved in. I'm not saying a match, but just, few moments. I mean, he is still a big name in my mind. So apparently all of his merch has been pulled from WWE Shop. And we'll have to see if it is going to be Sting. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know how AEW fans would feel about Sting coming in. Because it's not an active wrestler. It's a legend. But I don't know who you could get. I mean, I suppose CM Punk would be huge. That would be the biggest they could get. Would be like CM Punk or AJ Lee. But I've not heard any rumours on that. And I'm pretty sure that if there was any rumours, I'm fairly sure WWE would slap a big contract down for him. I think WWE would do anything and everything they could to ensure that CM Punk wasn't going to AEW. Surely. I really don't think Vince would stand by and allow that, because that could be a game changer. That could really be a game changer. I mean, straight off the top of your head, CM Punk Cody, CM Punk Kenny, CM Punk Penta, CM Punk Orange Cassidy. Do you know what I mean? Just the list goes on and on and on and on. CM Punk Jericho, CM Punk Moxley. It's just incredible. So, yeah, I very much think that they've not got Punk. I don't know that there's really anyone else out there that's that exciting. And the front runner looks to be Sting. But there was lots of talk about like someone getting involved at All In, and it turned out to be Matt Sydal, who I've got to say I think was really underwhelming. I know that he's done a lot on the indie scene, and I know that he caters to like a hardcore wrestling crowd, but it's not it. That did nothing for the casuals. It did nothing for the numbers. That's not the sign-in. I mean, it brings a bit of quality onto the show, I suppose. Boosts the roster a little bit, but I don't know if it's the sign-in that they needed, to be honest. Monica says, if AEW managed to do that, it would be the biggest plot twist ever. Birrock says, Daze, do you think it's wrong to feud Bray with Randy and make him Randy's first title defense so early? I would love it if he'd win the WWE Championship, but I heard it's meant for Edge at Mania 37. Do I think it's wrong for that to happen? I think that you could tell the story. I think there's a way of doing it and getting out of it as well. I think there's always a way of, getting out of things. So it might not be to everyone's taste. It could be something as silly as, the Fiend. Could be that he's facing the Fiend. It's not going well. Lights go off. They come back on. The Fiend's gone. Fiend never loses. Next week, you see Bray saying something like, he told me that he's stronger than he remembers him being, or, and it's going to take a bit of time or whatever it is, So the match just ends in like a no contest kind of a thing. I mean, would it be a screwy finish? Would people hate it? Yes, but you could at least protect the Fiend that way, or Orton count out if you wanted some a little bit less fiendy. If you just wanted some a bit more pro wrestling, then you could just have a Randy Orton count out, or have Drew come down and get involved. So there's obviously ways out of it, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be putting the title on Fiend. I wouldn't put the title on Fiend. I think what you need to do is you need to keep the title off Fiend for a while, because I think what you need Fiend fans to be desperate to see him get that title back. Right now, I think Fiend fans would like him to have the belt back, but they're not desperate for it, because they've seen it not that long ago. He had the title earlier this year. So now with Alexa around, I think Fiend fans are more into the whole Alexa story and seeing how that plays out and what is she bringing to the relationship. Like, the focus at the moment is on all of that, and it should be on that. So I don't think now's a great time for him to be going for titles and carrying championships and things. Like, I would finish exploring that first and then move on to it. So yeah, it's really interesting. It is interesting. I've said time and time and time again, I would do it after WrestleMania. I think you've got so much to explore with Alexa. And, you could even have Fiend wanting to make Alexa happy, or Funhouse Bray wanting to make Alexa happy, and they ultimately, leads to Alexa versus Asuka, and we build up Alexa, and we get Alexa Asuka, and keep the focus on Alexa at the moment. She can become women's champ. Asuka, I had no issue with Asuka losing it to a Fiend-et. So I think you could explore that. I had a really good idea, actually. I wasn't going to mention it, but seeing as we're on the subject, how about this? Imagine this. I love this idea. Fiend and Randy Orton feud, right? I would do this same next year, but could you imagine Randy Orton in the ring? Okay, Randy Orton's in the ring, and he's calling out the Fiend, and the lights go out. When the lights come on, it's Randy Orton's mom in the ring, right? Completely out of nowhere. Randy Orton's mom's in the ring. And she runs over to him saying, I'm sorry, right? So she runs over to him. She's like, I'm sorry. Randy Orton right now, you can imagine, is legit concerned, freaking out. How is his mom here? Like wrestling fans were like, what is this? So, Randy Orton's mom goes over and she's like really upset, and she grabs hold of him. And then on the screen, you see like a video camera, and you can clearly hear that it's Alexa. And the Fiend is in Randy Orton's family home, and he's got Randy Orton's dad. And he talks to him, and it ends with him twisting the neck of Cowboy Bob Orton. And his dad goes down, his mom's in the ring upset. Turns out his mom, let him in. His mom let him in. Let him into the house. There was a knock at the door and whatever, and, she didn't have the lock on or whatever. And, you could hear her saying, I should have put the lock on. I should have checked through the whole peephole first, or whatever it could be. So that's why she's sorry, because she was the one that opened the door and they got in and twisted the neck around, and he goes down. And what I really like, the cherry on top of this, the reason why I'm even telling you this, is could you imagine if he goes up to Randy Orton's old bedroom, right? Goes upstairs to Randy Orton's old bedroom, and it turns out the layout of the Firefly Funhouse is actually the exact layout of Randy Orton's old bedroom where he grew up. And all of a sudden then, do you know what I mean? The fact that it's all child friendly, and it's all about kids, and a kid's show and all this kind of stuff. It's all to do with Randy Orton. It's all been about Randy Orton from the start. Like, you look at his bedroom, and like the TV is in the same corner as where the TV is in the Funhouse. There's a table where the table is where Mercy the Buzzard was. The pictures on the wall are in the exact same place as the pictures as well. There's the door in the same place, the windows in the same place, the actual room is the same layout as the Firefly Funhouse. And that twist, I feel like that's what the Fiend needs. Is it needs a real OMG moment like that? Because I got to be honest, I think the way they went about telling the Alexa story has been all right, but it's kind of lacked a bit of punch. It's lacked a little bit of... She's kind of like slowly been turning, like she'll do a Sister Abigail and things like this, and it's like you can tell the direction that it's going in. So when you finally see something else, you're like, okay, yeah. Like, we're taking that, like, you know, last week we got the changed music, and it's like... But, I mean, like, they didn't even really make a big deal of the fact she's got this new music. It was just playing when we went to a moment of bliss. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would have been great if she came out and we got to experience her entrance, her new entrance with the new music, and they made a bigger deal out of it. I do think they're not punching home with some of these moments. They're not really delivering some of these moments with this turn, so... Yeah, I kind of feel like if there was a big twist like that, if there was a big moment like that where it was revealed, do you know what I mean? That the Funhouse had been set up that way for a reason from the start. I think that would be a bombshell, wouldn't it? Because all of a sudden you're getting some answers then as well, and I think that's something that the Funhouse has needed. It's needed some answers. It's needed. We really need to know what the Funhouse is, where the Funhouse is, what, you know, the whole purpose of it and all that kind of stuff. There's, I mean, theories and everything out there, and we've had a lot of fun with different theories, but we've never really had any answers. That's the problem. Days, we could get Muscle Man Bray versus the Reptiles, says Woken Hawk. RJ Madma says, Days, this is probably a terrible theory, but what if the reason why the Fiend didn't attack Orton last week was because Orton never looked at him in the eyes? Hey, look, you've got loads. There's loads of theories and things that you can chuck around and throw out there. There's lots of stuff that you can explore. What I like about the Fiend character is that there are so many different ways that you can take it. There are so many different things that you can do, and I like that freedom that the Fiend character brings. You know, it's and now with Alexa, I think there's even more to explore. So, I'd love to see Asuka Alexa for the title. I'd love to see a Fiendette. She's got that new music, you know, and I would expect her to get some kind of face paint with some kind of mask eventually. I think that you've got Funhouse Bray and you've got Fiend. I don't understand why you can't have Funhouse Bliss or Funhouse Alexa and a Fiendette and have her terrorize the women's division. So, yeah, I would go that way. Harvey Johnson, shout out to you. Jordan says, who else wants to see the Fiend attack Randy Orton? Or Randy Orton versus the Fiend. It'll happen, Jordan. It'll definitely happen. The commentary team is supposed to stop the talk show and talk about Alexa's music. I think there's a better way of showing it, though. You know, I mean, what you could do is you could build up to Alexa's first match in however long. Like, join us next week for Alexa's in-ring return. And, you know, I wouldn't have had her music playing on that Moment of Bliss thing, to be honest. I don't think it really added a great deal. Like, it was playing in the background, and it was one of those that if you noticed it, you were like, oh, that's cool. But I think you could have actually, again, had a bit more impact, a bit more punch by having like a big moment of unveiling her full entrance. So, if Sting is going to debut, would have to be involved with the Cody and Darby match, with Sting being one of Darby's idols and reminiscent of the face paint. Okay, so you would do Sting versus Darby. They're not in a relationship, says Bryce. They are confusing, aren't they? I think that she is impressed with him. I think that she is maybe seduced by his power. I don't know. I don't know. But are they in a relationship? Probably not. Probably not. I Asuka put in the Asuka lock. 7-star shout out to you. Cora Turner says, Days, did you hear that Matt Riddle changed his name to Riddle? Yes, we've touched on it. We've spoken about it. We've covered quite a few things already. There's a few more bits for us to go through. So we've spoken about what's on the show. We've got Jeff Hardy versus Elias in a guitar on a pole match. That's coming up tonight. We've got Shayna Baszler and Nia Jax versus Mandy Rose and Dana Brooke. And we've also got New Day versus The Hurt Business. So those are the things that have been announced for the show so far. We've also got like a few bits of news that we've gone through. So quick little recap. Kylie Ray retiring is news that was just breaking through earlier today. We had a look at the Undertaker belt. There's only been 100 of those made. So that's images of that has been coming through. Ali, we spoke about what Ali had to say. He's obviously done a promo talking about the fact that he's given Retribution silly names and silly masks for a reason. And we've covered that in depth. Zelina starting a fans-only account. We've covered that. The Twitch stuff, all of that kind of stuff, we've touched on that. I mean, in fairness, we spoke quite extensively about that the other day anyway. We spoke about the band list as well, all the things that were on the band list for the ThunderDome. So a quick recap of what was on that band list. We've got AEW, Impact, New Japan, Enzo, Cody, Brandy Rhodes, Marty Scurll, Young Bucks, Chris Benoit, CM Punk, Jim Cornette, Alberto Del Rio, Ryback, Ashley, Billy Graham, Vicky Guerrero, the Hong Kong flag, the Tibet flag, and the Chinese flag of PRC. So that's everything that was on the banned ThunderDome list. We've spoke about the Matt Riddle name change. The reports are they've done that because of the court case. The final thing to talk about is Volta. Volta against Dragunov. I have not seen the match, right? I know the result, so can't spoil anything. But I've not seen the match. I have been asked on every stream, have you seen the match? Have you seen the match? I have not seen the match. I want to see the match. I haven't had time to watch the match. Like, honestly, if I'm not streaming, if I'm not setting up a stream, if I'm not doing what you see on the channel, then I've been editing. I've been editing those Raw reviews and doing, like, that kind of work. Or doing research for, like, UFC, because that takes quite a bit of time to go through each fight and watch the tape on that and everything and get, like, notes together for the weekend. So I always try to do, like, loads of research and to do loads of, like, behind-the-scenes work. So, yeah, trying to find, like, 20 minutes, half an hour to actually just sit down and give it the attention that it deserves. I've not been able to find that time, to be honest. So, yeah, it's a bit frustrating that I haven't been able to. But the reason we're talking about it is because not only is it brilliant, but apparently Dave Meltzer gave it 5 stars. 5 stars. I think that makes it the first WWE
The Celtic
match this year to
1888
get
is a
5
legend.
stars.
They donated €5.49 via a super chat. Don't get why they have Vicky Guerrero on the banned list. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face.
The Celtic 1888. I also questioned that earlier. I wasn't sure as to why she was on the banned list. I think that it was to do with the fact that she went to AEW. I think that she's spoken out against the company as well. Like, she went to AEW. She was released. She went to AEW. She's been on Dynamite a couple of times. And for some reason, like, I think it's just because she's been a bit public about speaking out against them. I don't think she said anything that bad, in all honesty. I don't even think she said it, like, it's not as if she's banging that drum every single week, going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about it, but it's one of them, you know. I mean, she's managed to obviously upset someone influential, someone quite high up, and she finds herself on that list. But, I mean, it is crazy that she's on that list and the likes of Jericho is not. That's what we were saying earlier, so. Shout out to you, Celtic1888. Days, who is going to win this year's Survivor Series pay-per-view, Raw or SmackDown? I honestly don't know or care, to be honest. I mean, does it ever make any difference? Like, I wish it actually meant something, but it just never it just doesn't mean anything. I can't even remember who won last year. I think it was Survivor Series that won last year, and I think didn't that result in Seth then like calling everyone out to the ring and having a go at them? And then that's kind of how we went into the Messiah thing. So I think that came out of it. So there we go. Something does come out of it. And that is awfulness. Bad gimmicks come out of it. That's what comes out of it. So, but yeah, I'd guess I'd say SmackDown. They pay more money. Fox, I think that show is more important to WWE than what Raw is. But honestly, it doesn't mean anything. It just I don't care. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this champion versus champion thing. I know a lot of people are. But I'm not a big fan. Maybe I would be if there was a dream match. Do you know what I mean? If Sting was like the Universal Champ and Undertaker was the WWE Champ, maybe I'd be a bit more excited. But right now, we're going to get Randy Orton versus Roman Reigns. Heel versus heel. And we're getting Asuka versus Sasha, which we've seen earlier this year. Like, we've seen Asuka Sasha so many times, I'm numb to it now. So, yeah, again, if there was a proper, dream match, then I'd be up for it. But I think the matches you're getting are not that exciting. And not only that, but the titles won't change hands. There's not even the added intrigue of a new champion. So, yeah, I'm not that into Survivor Series. I'm looking forward to seeing The Undertaker and seeing what they might do there. I think The Undertaker brings some mystery. I think the show's going to be a well-received, or it'll be a well-viewed show. I don't even know if that's really the terminology I was going for. I think the show people will be interested in it. It's Survivor Series. That's been around since the late 80s. It's one of the big four. Do you know what I mean? So it'll resonate with casual fans and whatever. But I think as a die-hard wrestling fan that, you know, watches week after week after week and watches all the pay-per-view shows and everything, gotta say, it's a bit flat. It's a bit flat at the moment. Can they do something to jazz it up? Sure, but I don't know what you're going to do, because you can't take the title off Roman, and you can't really take the title off Randy, unless Randy's going to drop it to the Fiend, and then we get Fiend versus Roman one-on-one. They could do that. You know, that would jazz it up a little. So, I don't know, maybe, but honestly, there's a chance then that the Fiend will lose it back to Randy at some point, so that Randy can then lose it to Edge. Don't know. Perhaps we're going down a bit of a wormhole now. Clarence, shout out to you, my friend. KJ Carter, shout out to you. Moises, I don't understand your comment, dude. Days, my dream match is Aquaman guy versus Roman Reigns. Anthony says, I want the Undisputed Era to debut at Survivor Series. Yeah, I mean, that would be a bit more intriguing if you was to do NXT versus main roster, because that's something that you don't see. I mean, you know, if you was to do Undisputed Era against Hurt Business or something along those lines, that would be a bit more interesting. But to be honest, I don't even think the Hurt Business are quite at that level. to the point where it would be all that interesting. You'd have to really, the build for it would have to be tasty. Do you know what I mean? Because just sitting here saying Undisputed Era Hurt Business doesn't get me that excited, to be honest. Certainly Undisputed Era Retribution does even less for me. So I could see Undisputed Era Hurt Business working. Actually, if it had turned out the Hurt Business had attacked Adam Cole at TakeOver, and it turned out the Hurt Business was behind the attacks down in NXT, I'd be into that. All of a sudden, you got a good Survivor Series story then. But that's not the way they've gone. Wrestling Days fan says the Hurt Business are good. Zevion says, I want a member of Undisputed Era to win the WWE Championship and change it to the Undisputed Championship. Days NXT won last year's Survivor Series. Cora Turner says the Undertaker debuted at Survivor Series in 1990. I think Raw deserves 5.7. Cora Turner, shout out to you. So, who's excited to see Alexa and Bray? Yeah, Alexa and Bray's going to be good. They haven't actually announced what they're doing. That's the only downside. Is there's been no announcement of a Firefly Funhouse. Which, in all fairness, I don't think you should get every single week anyway. I don't think you should get a Firefly Funhouse every week. So, yeah, I very much would lean off overexposing. But I would still expect something to be announced. But I've seen no announcements for Fiend or Alexa tonight. So, Dylan says, how is Undertaker involved in Survivor Series this year? That's a really good question. So they haven't actually said, they haven't come out and announced how they're going to use him. But what they have come out and said is that they are going to, no, they haven't even said that. The reports have come out and said that they are going to use him. So I have to double check this, but I don't believe WWE have confirmed anywhere, have they, that Undertaker is going to be involved. But I think it's pretty much concrete that he is. There's a lot of noise, a lot of news reports that he is, but I don't think WWE have come out and confirmed or announced anything yet. So I'm expecting him to make an appearance. I'm expecting him to be there. I think there's every chance he comes out and says, I've been digging holes and taking souls and all of that kind of stuff. Turns around and then walks away. I think there's a chance that he does that. But I honestly would love to see the Fiend attack. More than that, I would love to see Sting attack. But I don't think we're certainly not gonna get Sting. I feel quietly confident he'll go to AEW. In regards to the Fiend, I think there's a chance, but I don't know. I don't know. The thing is that this is a celebration of 30 years of The Undertaker. This is 30-year anniversary. It's a way of thank you, Taker, paying respects, all that kind of stuff. Can I see him getting attacked at the show? Can I see him getting laid out? I don't know. I mean, it is pro wrestling, so absolutely anything could happen. But could I see the Fiend doing that to him? I could see it happening, but I don't know. I mean, think about Raw Reunion, or Raw 25. Do you remember at the Manhattan Center, the Undertaker came out? Undertaker came out, he just walked to the ring and was digging holes, taking souls. Bye. And that was it. No one attacked. Nothing happened. That was it. So, I don't know. I think there's a chance of the Fiend, but not a match. You won't get a match. It'll just be him, and I think he'll cut some kind of a promo. So, Days, do you think New Day Street Profits would be a good match? Yeah, sure. They're both great teams. Both got good pace about them. Nice variety in their move set. I think it would be a good match. I don't think it would reach the same levels as New Day Usos. I think New Day versus Usos was something very special. I don't think we maybe really appreciated how great that feud was at the time. But we just don't have anything on that scale now. We haven't got anything that can reach that levels. The tag division, I would struggle to tell you when it was worse than it is right now. This is as bad as it's ever been. I think the tag division is in the absolute toilet. So, yeah. Samantha says, The Fiend was better off alone. This stuff with Alexa, I think Nikki should be Lady Fiend. I don't think Nikki wants it. Oh, hang on, Nikki Cross. I thought you meant Nikki Bella. I was like, I'm pretty sure Nikki Bella's all right. I can't see Nikki Bella signing up for that. Nikki Cross is it? Yeah, I suppose. I think Alexa's all right. I thought her acting was quite wooden at the start. I think it's getting better as she's kind of getting a bit more comfortable with the role. But to start with, I thought that her delivery was a bit wooden, a bit off. But I think that's got better. And yeah, my issue with it is that I think that there's been a few questions that haven't really been answered. I think that at times it's kind of lacked the punch that you would want from it. As I said, like it's just she's naturally, logically, week after week, gone in the direction of joining the Fiend. Like there hasn't been many twists and turns or anything like this. I don't know. Like it would have been great. Could you imagine? Like you could have thrown a twist in there where she was backstage and there was just a moment. Just a moment where she looked at Nikki and said, help me. Something like that. Help me. And stared at Nikki. And then, like, she snapped out of it again or whatever. And just a little wrinkle. Just a little twist. Just a, like, you know what I mean? Like, basically saying that she's not in control. But she's still in there. And I think you could have explored, but it's just very logically, very naturally, step by step, just gone in that direction, hasn't it? So, Alexa and the Fiend storyline has been awesome, says Cora. 7-star says, isn't Retribution just a worse version of Sanity? In a way, I suppose. I don't know if Sanity were looking for Retribution. I think I suppose the motives are different, if you will. Sanity are just a bit of a street gang, I think. Just like out to cause anarchy. I'm not sure that Retribution are just out for general anarchy. I think they are just specifically targeting WWE because of how they've been treated or mistreated. So, yeah, there's a lot of comparisons. It's not a bad comparison at all. They are just a worse version of Sanity, really, I suppose. But yeah, there's been misstep after misstep after misstep, hasn't there? Does the Fiend talk? That's a good question, Jordan. That's a good question. Apart from saying yowie wowie, no is the answer, really. I mean, he's never really cut any long, lengthy promos. So you could explore that, I suppose. Be interesting to hear from the Fiend, to hear directly from Bray's darker side. But yeah, that could be quite interesting. I mean, again, something else you could promote. Join us next week. The Fiend speaks, kind of a thing. So yeah, I do feel like there's lots of opportunities like that. I suppose the problem is though, where the show keeps getting rewritten. And where Vince keeps changing his mind on things. How
Anna
can
Dawes
you
is a legend. They donated £4.99 via a super chat. Don't forget A's. Taker is old school. He is of the mindset on the way out you put over a younger rising talent. Can't see him talking and walking.
Fair play. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Except for the fact I can't think of too many occasions where he has put over that young talent. I mean, don't forget, currently his last match was a win over AJ Styles, which can't be his last match. He's got to go out on a loss. I completely agree with you. I completely agree. I mean, Undertaker's way of putting over talent is by beating them on a big stage. I mean, like, did he think he was putting Bray over when he beat him at WrestleMania 31? Don't know. I mean, Bray was the new face of fear, and he lost to The Undertaker. I mean, do you remember Rusev saying, "Bury me softly," when Rusev found out he was going to be facing Undertaker at Saudi Arabia in a casket match? Rusev didn't even need to be told to finish. He was like, "Just bury me softly, brother. Bury me softly." And then he had to change that, didn't he? I think, didn't WWE catch wind of him tweeting that out? So all of a sudden it became Jericho Undertaker. And then all of a sudden it went back to being Rusev again, which was very strange. That whole thing was very strange. So, no, you are absolutely right. That is the right thing to do, would be to put a new talent over. I don't know. I don't know if they Undertaker hasn't got the best track record of doing that, and I don't know if he would do it on a show that's there to celebrate his anniversary. Maybe it would. I mean, Ric Flair had a birthday celebration, didn't he? And that was actually a segment. They had guests and cake, and they promoted it a week in advance. And finally came to the segment, and Ric Flair didn't come out, and it was because he got attacked backstage by Batista. And then that set up Batista versus Triple H. So, I mean, there's examples of celebrations going wrong. I mean, just look at, Lana's wedding, for example, and Liv Morgan with half a suit walking down the ring and saying to Lana that she loved her. I mean, that definitely... I don't know if it ruined the wedding, but it was definitely a talking point. Let's put it that way. So celebrations, I suppose, are there to be ruined. I'd love for him to do something with the Fiend, because I can't see the match happening. I can't see that match happening. Undertaker Fiend. I think there's a chance he just has one more match. I think he's got one more in him. It'd be interesting, actually, if the Saudis turn around and say, "We want Undertaker. We don't care if he's retired. We want Undertaker. He's one of the only things that people care about in Saudi. It's one of the only reasons they come to the show. That, and we tell them they have to. So it'd be interesting if there's a bit of pressure on Vince. What happens there? I bet he's on the show. He'd probably go over and do a promo attack.
Anonymous is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Police light. Hi days, hope you are well on this manic Monday. Taker did try to put over Wade Barrett / Nexus until WWE pulled the plug on pushing them.
Moda says, Days, hope you are well on this manic Monday. Taker did try to put over Wade Barrett and Nexus until WWE pulled the plug on pushing them. Yeah, I mean, that was 10 years ago. And ultimately, we don't know how that feud would have played out. We don't know what would have gone there. I mean, look, Undertaker's one of my favourites, right? So I am not sitting here laying into the dead man. Because I think he is a special character and he did need protecting. You can't have Undertaker losing to anyone. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to protect the Undertaker. So, no qualms, no issues. I don't care. I don't know. It makes it hard to read what's going to happen at Survivor Series, that's all. I would just rein in your expectations. I think that's all I would say. Just rein them in a touch. I think there's people out there thinking that Fiend's going to come down, it's going to lead to a match and all this kind of stuff. It's like, don't think so. I'll be really pleased if there's a face-to-face moment. If we end up getting Fiend and Undertaker just face-to-face, I'll be really pleased with that. If the Fiend then attacks, I'll be even more happy. Because that would be a really great moment. So I really hope they do something. I agree with you. I agree with Anna. I think they should. Ashante Stevens says Fiend and Bliss versus Cross and his partner. That'd be really good. Yeah. I don't know where. I'm presuming they go to NXT when they come back, Cross and Scarlett. But I don't know. Some people might argue they're ready for the main roster. I mean, do you need to overexpose him down in NXT?
Ashanti Stevens is a legend. They donated $4.99 via a super chat. Fiend and Bliss versus Cross and his partner.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think NXT is detrimental to like the exposure of superstars, if you will. Because with Bianca Belair, for example, you see her in NXT. Then she gets called up. And now they kind of start again. Like, we're all sitting here going, when are they going to do something with Bianca Belair? Like, why are they mistreating Andrade? Why are they mistreating Alice the Black? Why are they messing around with, like, you know, Heavy Machinery or whatever it is? And it's because we sit and watch them in NXT and we get used to them and we know all about them. And by the time they get to the main roster, we're ready for them to hit the ground running, basically. But the problem is that WWE tends to treat the main roster as separate. And as a result, it's basically like they start again. So I actually think, with that being said, would it not be more beneficial to bring Karrion Kross and Scarlett straight onto that main roster? Because if they are going to take a slower approach with them, at least we haven't seen that much of them yet. At least if they are going to take a slow approach, if we are going to have to wait a while before he's like competing for big championships, we can go on that journey with him. What I don't want to do is watch him in NXT for a year, then he gets called up, and then you got to wait another year before like they're really moving with him. And even then, by that point, have fans got a little bit tired of stuff by that point? By that point, do you need to start tweaking a few things? Like, I do feel like NXT, you know, people watch NXT, you get used to characters. They run through their matches and their move sets and they show you pretty much everything they've got. And then by the time they hit the main roster, there's not much like mystery there. I mean, it's still a great moment when they come up, like the call-ups and everything. And it's still great, like, to see them competing against main roster stars. But that would just be a little criticism. I mean, back in the day, you didn't see the developmental brand. So that meant that they could be doing whatever down in developmental. You never saw it. And by the time they came to Raw or SmackDown, you were seeing them for the first time. And you were then on the journey with them, you know. Whereas now, like, you're seeing all the developmental side of things as well. And there's a little bit to be said for overexposure. So rather than overexposing Karrion Kross and Scarlett, I would be real tempted to just chuck them straight up onto that main roster. As long as they've got the basics, they're taught where the hard cam is, they're taught the things they need to know. Wrestling wise, they know what they're doing. Entrance wise, I think they've worked out any kinks. I think the entrance is great. Just tell Scarlett to stop mouthing along with her own song. But other than that, I mean, it's all in place. It's ready to go. So yeah, I would do that. I would bring it on to the main roster. As long as NXT has less than 1 million in ratings, Vince won't acknowledge them or the time the character spent there, says Trini. Yeah, I think you're right. I honestly think as well, the fact that NXT keeps losing to AEW, I think means that Vince doesn't want to acknowledge it. Because if you call it a third brand, AEW can then claim to be beating a third brand. Right now, AEW are beating WWE's developmental system, to which WWE can go, yeah, well, yeah, you are. It's our developmental. It's where our stars of tomorrow are honing their craft. And there's a few weeks where our stars of tomorrow are beating your stars of today, and apparently beating some of the biggest names in wrestling. So, I mean, they can have that conversation. They've got that in their back pocket. But if they acknowledge it, then all of a sudden AEW is beating the third brand. It's I suppose you can see a bit of logic in there, can't you? So, but it's so interesting. It is really, really interesting, like the whole politics side of it. Like when you start really digging into the behind the scenes backstage stuff, you could argue it's more interesting than most of the storylines they actually tell. So Andres Hunter says, who do you think is the best in-ring wrestler for each brand? I think you've got to be talking about Asuka. I genuinely think she's one of the best in-ring competitors out of male and female. I think Cesaro is always someone that comes to mind. I think in-ring wise, incredible. I think Cody really gets the psychology and telling stories in a ring. I think there's a lot of love for like Johnny Gargano, who for whatever reason just hasn't had a great 2020. I don't know if it's this heel turn or he's had some good matches, but maybe it's the lack of a crowd. Perhaps he's someone that really thrives off a crowd and crowds like add to his matches. But don't know. I mean, like he was having more 5-star matches than anyone else, and I don't even need Meltzer's opinion to tell you that Gargano's not been at that same level in 2020. His matches haven't been as compelling. I don't know if that's, again, because of the crowd, because of... It could be. I mean, such in hard circumstances to have great matches, isn't it? Without a crowd, without that feedback. But I suppose that's what makes Volta and Dragunov even more impressive, is the fact that, there's been next to no NXT UK. And out of nowhere, they've just gone and pulled off a 5-star match. And so you've got to give them props. You've got to give them credit. So, hard to say, I think you'd have to say, Volta consistently having great matches against Pete Dunne, great matches against Tyler Bate, great match against Dragunov. All of a sudden now, when you're starting to have great matches against 3-4 different people, then clearly it's you. You're the one. You're the uniting force. It helps when you got Pete Dunne and you got Tyler Bate and whatever, because they can have great matches also. But I think Volta, I think Gargano, I think Asuka, I think Cesaro, I think Cody, and I'm sure there's going to be many, many other names getting mentioned as well. Simone says Johnny and Candice just do not work as heels for me. Chalmers says, hello Chalmers, how excited are you for Raw tonight? I'm at a 4 out of 10. I'm maybe a little bit higher than that. I really genuinely look forward to the Monday and the Friday streams. I've said it time and time again. I find that UFC, I love it. Love UFC. This is no criticism of UFC, but it's very hit and miss with UFC. I mean, sometimes you can get some really dull fights. Do you know what I mean? Where they're just kind of standing off each other, a few jabs, and you're kind of watching it and you're like, oh, I'd like this to end now. Like, you're having a look at the card, what's next? I mean, you're gonna get that. There's in soccer, football, there's soccer ball, you're gonna have 0-0 draws. In American football, you're gonna have whatever a dull game would be, 0-0. Has there ever been a 0-0 in NFL? I have no idea. But yeah, you're always going to have dull things. So with NFL, with UFC, sometimes few moments, but I love those streams. I love them. It's a different flavour and I really look forward to them. But wrestling wise, I just have so much fun on a Monday and a Friday. Like, there's normally so much to talk about, and there's normally like some really interesting kind of storyline developments. Or, I mean, 3 hours it's on for. You'd hope they give you something to talk about. Granted, most times they don't, but I'm quietly hopeful that there will be some this week. So, and I suppose in a way I do like the fact that they've moved the Roman story and the Fiend story onto separate shows. Before they were both on SmackDown, and SmackDown was amazing, but Raw was so-so. Now with them on separate shows, You've still got a great Roman story to look forward to on a Friday, but at least now we're all sitting here talking about Fiend, talking about Alexa, getting excited for will there be a Firefly Funhouse and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I like what they're doing at the moment. But yeah, I do love these streams. Miss Clown One, hey yo, Chico, raw baby. Yes, Miss Clown One. I always said this about you. You always talk like Razor Ramon. Austin says Fiend attacks Undertaker at Survivor Series. Randy versus Fiend at the Rumble. Undertaker is going to screw over Fiend. And then we get Fiend Undertaker at WrestleMania. Fiend wins and retires Undertaker. Jim Gore, shout out to you, dude. Says, do you think that Trent Seven will win the NXT UK Championship? I don't think. Well, not from Volta. I don't think he is the one. I'm leaning towards no, to be honest. Unless they're going to do a big story of it's his dream. They're going to give him that opportunity. Like, could it be that Volta's reign comes to an end and he has to vacate the title and the winner's going to be the winner of some kind of NXT Royal Rumble? Or, I don't know, like, could Trent Seven manage to make the boyhood dream come true? I feel like that's the only way that they're going to do it. Because other than that, I don't think they're going to invest in Trent Seven to the point where he's going to become the face of NXT UK. If you think they had the young, exciting prospect in Tyler Bate, then they had who I think most people would regard as the British wrestler in Pete Dunne. I mean, obviously there'd be arguments about Will Ospreay, arguments about Nick Aldis, arguments about Zack Sabre Jr., but none of those are on WWE's books. So I think for me, UK-wise, yeah, you could say Drew, but sorry, not for me. Pete Dunne, better wrestler, better matches. The Bruiserweight, cooler as well. I think he's cooler. He might not have the look that like Vince likes, but I think the Bruiserweight's cooler. I think he has better matches, and for me, he is the top British wrestler that they've got on their books. So they went from the youthful prospect to the man, not Becky Lynch, but Pete Dunne. Then, look, he had a great reign, but if he's going to drop that title, Volta makes the most sense, doesn't he? I mean, what an absolute monster. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, I've got to say, all three champions have been brilliant. Love the story of Tyler Bate winning it at the first tournament. Love the match when he loses it to Pete Dunne. Honestly, one of my favourite ever matches. Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne. NXT TakeOver Chicago. Incredible. Incredible match. That was NXT's match of the year for 2017. So, yeah, you've got that. Then you got Pete Dunne's reign. Then you got Volta. It's hard to see why they would pull the trigger with Trent Seven. It's hard to say where he would fit into it. I actually don't know who the next champ's going to be. I don't know when Volta loses it. If Volta doesn't want to go to America, if he's got no interest in going over to the US, I wouldn't take that title off him anytime soon. Really, if he's still got it in 2022, what's it matter? I mean, if there's no one to, don't take it off him. This is something that they really mess up. Build up challenges and challengers. Put twists in the road, but don't swap the belts unless you really have to. Don't swap the titles unless you really, really have to. Because it does a lot of damage to the belts. And I think right now, the NXT UK title is one of the most prestigious because they have really, really protected that belt. It's been around for, when did it start? Early 2017. So it's actually been around now for what? Coming up 4 years soon. 4 years that belt's been around for, nearly. We've had 3 champions. That's amazing. Anna says, the last NFL 0-0 was 70 years ago. What? In 19... I remember it well. I was 21. 1942. Well, hang on. No wonder it was 0-0. Surely all the players were in World War II. Surely no one played. It was 70 years ago, 7th of November, 1942. It was the Detroit
Anna
Lions.
Joyce is a legend. They donated £4.99 via a super chat. The last NFLOO game was over 70 years ago, the 7th of November 1942. Detroit Lions v New York Giants. You're welcome. Smiley face.
Thank you. I mean, I've got so many questions about that. I mean, did the game actually happen? Or did they just say, yeah, we played, it was 0-0? Because what crowd is going to that? What crowd's going to that? Surely there's a war on, isn't there? Has America joined by this point? And actually, if you haven't joined by that point, shame on you. We really needed your help. We really needed your help, right? And it's not as if we didn't ask. So, yeah. And it turns out that whilst we're over here trying to punch Nazis in the face, you're all going off watching NFL games? Just having a lovely time? Well, joke's on you, because it was 0-0. So it was a boring game. So that, my friends, that is justice. That is karma at work right there. Karma at work. Days, when Bray talks and behaves, he's usually like Mr. Rogers in the Funhouse, but we never see him being his normal self. Do you think he would if he was talking to Bo now? Well, I don't know what you mean by his normal self. I mean, what he was before was that Eater of Worlds character, and we did see that in the feud with Braun. So, I mean, that's where the Wyatt Swamp match came from. So, yeah, I very much think that, like, that side of him is dead now. I mean, he said that in the Funhouse, and then he brought it back again. But I think this is him. I mean, if you're talking about the real him, the man that's actually, you know, got kids with JoJo and whatever, I think he did meet and greet phone calls and whatever. I'm sure, like, if you bumped into him in the street, then he wouldn't be the Fiend. But character-wise, you've only got Funhouse and you've only got the Fiend. Adam says, London and England in lockdown again. Lockdown on Thursday for us here in the UK. So everything's normal today, tomorrow, Wednesday. But Thursday, yeah, lockdown. So nothing changes on the channel because we don't go anywhere anyway. So nothing changes here. But yeah, it just means like that all non-essential shops
Iblumi
have to
Phillips
close.
is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. Hey Days, I have a crush but she likes someone else.
Bloomy Flips. A lot of people have got feelings for Liv Morgan, but she does have feelings for Lana, and I think you could try and talk to her about it. Maybe let her know how you feel and see, you know, if she'd be willing to give it a go. But I think you've got to be honest with yourself, you know. I think that she's got very strong feelings for Lana, and it's hard to see you being able to get in there. So yeah, I don't know, but I would throw it out there, dangle it out there, see what comes back, and just take it a step at a time. Take it a step at a time. So good luck to you, my friend. Either that, or you could start dressing up as Lana. Like, maybe start your own TikTok channel. Do the Savage song, yeah? I'm a savage. And a booty ratchet. Ah! Yeah, that song. And, like, do some dances to it. And send links over to Liv Morgan. And say, you like... ? And then maybe even put a little Russian flag, because like she's into Lana, and Lana used to be Russian. I don't think she is anymore. But yeah, you could like do all of that and see if then that would entice her over. But I mean, look, I don't know. I don't claim to be some kind of relationship guru, but definitely take my advice because it will work 100%, and you will end up getting married. She will say, do you know what she's gonna say? She'll turn around. She'll be like, I really love that video that you sent me. Please send me Morgan, like that. And you'll be like, see what I've done? You want some Morgan? And she'll be like, yeah. Send me some Morgan, like this. And then it'll be a nice little joke that you share, and it'll be like one of those quirky little relationship things. But keep me updated. I'd love to know how it goes. Charlotte Flair, Andrade versus The Fiend, Alexa Bliss. Yep, that would be cool. That'd be interesting if they did acknowledge Charlotte and Andrade, actually. Did you see that they dressed up as Catwoman and Batman? Unfortunately, it wasn't Andrade that dressed as Catwoman. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping that Charlotte was going to be Batman and Andrade, but they did it the traditional way round. Boring. So, yeah, they dressed up as that for Halloween. Jim says, there is also no such thing as a non-essential business. They are all essential to someone. Yeah, that's true, but our government definitely doesn't agree. Our government has actually told you what they class as essential and not essential. But, yeah, I mean, you are right. It's essential to the workers. Any predictions on who is going to join Team Raw? Do you know what? I haven't even heard about qualifying matches for Team Raw, to be honest. I think, didn't we got up to, like, what, 3 members that joined or something? Like, and I think we've still got a couple of spots, but I haven't even seen what matches are announced. There's been no qualifying matches that I've seen announced for tonight, so... what if Drew and The Fiend team up to take down Randy Orton? I don't like that. I don't think The Fiend should need help in taking down Randy Orton. And I think also it's a personal vendetta. Do you know what I mean? Like, he broke up the Wyatt family. He took the title from him. He burnt down the compound. Like, this is about revenge. So I think The Fiend should very much do this on his own. What if Drew and The Fiend team up to... Oh, we read that one. Days, check my comment above. I can't see it, dude. I would like to see Alexa and Funhouse Bray be on Raw every week, going after everyone who did Bray wrong, but use Fiend in cameos on the Funhouse. He should only be seen in-ring a couple of times each year, says the Mouldy Spoon. Landon's Play says, I played 2K16, 18, 20, 19, 15. Shout out to you, Landon Plays. Sounds like you've been busy. Miss Clown 1 says, Yo, chico, the Internet Championship oozed machismo. Did you like what? The Internet one? Zack Ryder's one? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It wasn't a great looking belt because it was a bit of a comedy belt, wasn't it? Because it had his, I believe his hair at the top of the belt. Like, I like really prestigious, lots of detail. I think this had like the YouTube and Facebook logos on the side strap. I mean, it was great for what it was. And it got him over. But it was just a shame that WWE didn't like the fact that it got him over, so... any word on a John Cena return? No word on a John Cena return, no. Guitar on a pole match tonight? Yes, guitar on a pole match tonight. How to draw started yet? I don't understand. What matches now? No matches right now. Do you think Mandy and Dana will win the tag titles tonight? I honestly don't care. I wish I could sit here and give you like a full breakdown of how I think the match is going to go and why I think it's exciting and where it's going to lead, but I just don't even care enough to do that. It's just, they don't mean anything. There's no tag teams. I mean, they could face the Riot Squad, and I think that would probably be the only thing that people would pop for. If Liv Morgan's got a lot of fans, right? And I think that if she was to become a champion and, like, you know, cry, get upset in the ring, holding a belt, you know, her first championship, and embraces with Ruby Riott, and then, like, you know, Sarah Logan sends a message of support out on Twitter, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think that's the only interesting thing you could do. I can't think of anything else you can do with those women's tag titles that's interesting. Unless you want to get, like, Asuka and Io Shirai joining up. Unless Asuka and Io are going to form a tag team. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. Or Kairi coming back and we get, like, a Kabuki Warriors reunion. But I don't see that happening. Bella's coming back. Might do it for one show, but I don't think, like, wrestling fans, I don't think would care. It would probably do something for casual fans of, like, Total Bellas, Total Divas. Trish and Lita would, you know, be quite interesting. I mean, like, there is things they could do, but they're so out there, and I just don't think they're going to do them. So, I don't know. Would it be nice if the Young Brooks win the titles tonight? Sure. Why not? But as long as Lana goes through a table, that's all I need. I don't ask for much. I'm a simple guy with simple needs, and yeah, as long as we end up seeing Lana through a table, that's all I want. Daisy, you looking forward to Full Gear? Yeah, sure. There are some intriguing matches on it. I think it was really interesting, actually. I saw an interview with FTR, and they were criticizing the build. They were saying, like, don't think the build has been good enough. Considering this is like a dream match. Like, they're real serious when they say that. This is a dream match. People have been saying, oh, we'd love to see you against the Young Bucks. Well, here it is. It's happening this weekend. It's going down. And it was really interesting to hear the FTR criticising the build. They were saying, like, they don't think it's been good enough. They don't think it's been strong enough. They don't think that it's had the spotlight on it. Like, they want a main event and everything, which is great. They should want a main event, but it's obviously not going to main event. And I think they've been a bit disappointed with, which I gotta agree. I mean, honestly, the build to this match has been the Bucks turning heel in a really awful way. In a way that just no one cares about. They've been super kicking announcers, and who cares?
Ashanti Stevens is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. New Alexa and Nikki BF ya team champs.
You'd like it if Alexa and Nikki were tag champs again. Cool. Kevin, I haven't seen Volta Dragunov. We did touch on it earlier. I'm fully aware of how great that match is, and it is still on the to-do list. But 5 stars from Dave Meltzer, so I do want to watch it. Everyone's telling me how great it is. Meltzer's shouting about it, and yeah, just haven't had a chance. Sean says Full Gear is not worth $50. I agree. I agree. I think people are really struggling with that. It's all well and good saying it only happens a few times a year, but it still happens. It's still money. It's still a lot for people to find. And certainly in this current environment, in this current climate, they haven't even sold out the tickets. Did you hear that? Full Gear has not sold out. There's still tickets left. And obviously there's only limited tickets anyway, but awful. Doctor Who is Beast says, is there any news on a Ronda Rousey return? Well, she's training, and there's a lot of hype around the fact that she's going to be at Mania, and it's believed that they do want to do Becky Ronda in a one-on-one Mania match. So Wouldn't be surprised to see her come back in the new year. I'm not expecting her to come back anytime soon. I'm not expecting her to come back for Survivor Series or even 2020. But I think as we get into 2021, around the Rumble, I mean, could she win the Rumble? I suppose she could. She could. The only problem is if she wins the Rumble, she gets a title opportunity. And I think the plan is her versus Becky, and obviously Becky isn't a champion, so winning the Rumble might not make the most sense unless Ronda's in it and Becky eliminates her. There we go. Becky's in it as well. Imagine like Ronda comes back at 29. Ronda is not going to want to play second fiddle to Becky, though. Is she? Ronda comes back at number 29. Place goes crazy, but number 30 is Becky. You could do some fun stuff, man. You could do some fun stuff. I do hope she comes back. I do hope she comes back. But no concrete news. No, there's no one saying, oh, she's back at Survivor Series or anything like that. I know, Chico. I know, Miss Clown. Raw is going to be good, says Tyler. Woodrow says, have you listened to Elias's new album? And if yes, what was your favourite song? The answer's no, unfortunately. I've heard half of it. We've all heard half of it. Because apparently it's only a 4-song album. There's only 4 songs. I mean, like, that doesn't even work. That's not even an actual real sentence, is it? 4-song album. There's no such thing. 4-song EP, but not 4-song album. But he played 2 of the tracks on Raw. So I'm going to say one of them. One of them was my favourite. The first one was my favourite. So I've heard half of it. It's not, I mean, like, of what I've heard, what he played on Raw, I thought was acceptable. I thought was passable. I think it's the kind of thing that if you're in the car or, you know, you got some friends round, if it comes on, I don't think you're going to have people going, what is this? What have you got on? Like, I don't think it's offensive. Equally, I would be very surprised if you put it on and people were like, yeah. Oh, yeah, who is this? Hello, my new favourite artist. I don't think that's happening either. I think it's very middle of the road, safe, solid, acceptable, inoffensive, that all of that kind of stuff. So, I'd imagine the other 2 tracks are the same. In fact, I'd imagine they're worse because if they were better, I'm sure he would have played them. So my guess is he played the 2 best tracks and the other 2 tracks are passable. But yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's not something that I would be against listening to. And I'm sure I will put it on at some point. That's something I can actually just have on in the background. So I got to say as well, really looking forward. There's a Paul Bearer documentary that's dropping on the network. Really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. I love it when they shine spotlights on people that are maybe not recognised as much. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be so much talk about The Undertaker. There's going to be loads to talk about. You get loads to talk about Edge. You get loads to talk about all these people. What about Paul Bearer? Paul Bearer was a massive part of The Undertaker character. And it's so great that he gets his own show. Gets his own kind of retrospective documentary. So really looking forward to that. I don't know when that's dropped, actually. I need to have a look. I need to have a look at when that is. Nelson says, wasn't Jordan a basketball player? Yeah, Jordan was a basketball player in high school. Never went anywhere. Like, it's not as if he has had an NBA career, and a full NBA career, and then left and gone, well, let's give wrestling a go. He did basketball in high school. Now, if basketball had worked out for him, would he have pursued it? Probably. I mean, he's got the height and everything, hasn't he? And maybe he would prefer basketball, but it didn't go that way. And,
DH is a legend.
Jordan's
They
in
donated
wrestling.
$1.99 via a super chat. Daisy baby, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. I do love the Daisy baby. Daisy baby. DH, shout out to you, my friend. DH baby, shout out to you. Right. It is 4 songs is not an album. I know. J14 says, I like this intro. Yeah, we've just got like Drew, Randy, Alexa, Fiend. We've just got like a video package on all of that to start the show. Don't forget as well, they've got like a new intro theme as well, haven't they? Which I think is cool. I like it. I think I prefer it's the Legendary track, which I know people really liked. So it's just down to preference, but this is like a it's a hippity hoppity, isn't it? It's all that hippity hoppity music. Samantha. Will the walls close in on the venomous Randy Orton? Let me in. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh! Didn't see that coming. Oh, oh. I do like this music. Yeah. Oh, it's that time again. Better grab your balloons and invite your friends. Oh, yeah. It's that time again. Better grab your balloons and invite your friends. Oh. Enjoy the trip. Oh. Any songs that have like, yeah, or that kind of noises in it, that's great music. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Better grab your balloons and invite your friends. Oh. They burned me with All Out, says Heather. A lot of trust needs to be built. Yeah, Tony. Right, here comes Randall. Randall making his way down. The new theme is awesome. It is. It's the kind of theme that when I listen to it makes me feel cool. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, yeah. Grab your balloons and invite your friends. Randy Orton. Right, Randy's coming down. Obviously, he's got the WWE Championship over his shoulder. Rotem says this is already boring. I don't know what he was expecting. Like, is literally we've just got Randy coming out. We've had a video package. We've had the sick entrance music, and now we're going over to this Randy Orton promo. Let's see what he's got to say. The Apex Predator in the ring. Watch the outros tonight. You can hear the announcers. Randy needs to change his theme. Do you think so? Nelson, you're not gonna change my mind. If it was his dream, then why didn't he pursue his dream? Like, if that was his dream, then where have you been, mate? You're 33 years old. Like, it's not his dream. It's his dream now that he can't do his other dreams. So I'm not on board. I'm absolutely not on board. And I'll only tell you this because you keep bringing it up. 65,000 people tuned out of NXT during Pat McAfee's segment. 65,000 people. He was the third segment. The ratings, the 15-minute breakdown ratings came on. And his segment lost. And I think tons more had gone by the start of the next segment. Now, I don't know enough to know if there was something interesting on a different channel at that moment in time. But he's been brought in for one reason, and it's not going very well. But we're not having that conversation. I'm only mentioning it because you keep banging on about it. Right, let's see what Randy's got to say. He says, I proved 8 days ago that I am the best. I'm better than Edge. I'm better than The Undertaker. I'm better than Shawn. Why has he mentioned The Undertaker? He said, I wish they wouldn't pipe in that booze. The boos are too loud, aren't they? He says, I'm a third-generation wrestler. They say Triple H protected me. They say that management chose me. I'm in the position I'm in because I am the best. Who's he looking at, by the way? He's kind of looking over here. We're down here. He needs to go back to NXT. He needs to learn where the cameras are. He needs to learn where the hard cams are. He says, I'm not the legend killer. I am now simply a legend. Does that mean he's got to kill himself? Does that mean that he's going to have to take himself out back and RKO himself? That's good. Orton says, I dare anyone in the locker room to try and take this title. Or even the Fiend. Alexa Bliss is going to have a go. Yeah! Dream match, dream match, dream match, dream match. Dun dun. Alexa Bliss is on her way down. Yes. He waves like that. She's changed. She's changed. Now she's doing this. Orton looks confused. She's smiling and laughing. I must admit, she's a lot happier these days. A lot happier. She smiles and laughs all the time. She was never this happy when she was in that tag team with Nikki Cross. Yeah, he says this must mean that he's not that far behind. is this? He could be. He could be here. He could be here. Okay. He could be here. And we've got the red lights. We've got the screeching. And in a minute, is she going to go? But he's not. But he's actually on holiday. He could be here. But he isn't. It's Drew McIntyre that's here. Drew McIntyre with a Claymore. Talk less, Claymore. Do you hear me? Give me my rematch. LSW says cringe. It was a botched Claymore. It says pain. Yes. So Alexa had her gloves that said play and pain. And she took the play away, so it said pain. And then she says, he could be here. Miz looking to cash in. He's teasing it. The ref's going to take an age, isn't he? Is he going to cash it in? No, Drew attacks from behind. That was good. They did that well. It really felt like that was going to happen then for a moment. I mean, you never know until the bell rings. We've seen this time and time again. Until that bell sounds. There we go. Like that was going to happen, says Nod Freeze. Drew ruined it. Drew had to ruin it. They teased it. Yeah, they teased it. The bell never sounded, so he hasn't lost the briefcase. If the bell had sounded, then he would have lost the briefcase, but the bell never sounded, so Miz is still Money in the Bank holder. I know 99% of you will know that. Right, commercial break. I got to tell you, that Alexa thing, man, it's not doing it for me. I think it's not got the punch. It's not got the punch. Am I meant to be wetting myself at the fact that she had play and pain and then she took play away, leaving just the pain thing? I don't know. It's not. He could be here. You're right. He could be here. It's Raw. He's been drafted to that brand, so yeah, you're right. He could be here. He could be here. I just don't get it. I think it's really lacking punch. It's getting, the problem as well is it's getting to the point there where when you see her, I'm not getting that excited because I'm expecting something like that. I'm expecting something like that just doesn't go anywhere. A few little screeching noises and it's not meaning much. Like when she comes out, it should be like, here we go. Here we go. But she's coming out and I'm not feeling that way. I'm not feeling like, it's going to go down in Fiend Town. You just know there's a really good chance that nothing's going to happen. And, yeah. I'm not down on it. I'm just saying that I would have had... I don't know what she added. I don't know what she brought to that segment. Nice little teased cash-in. That was cool. Nice little teased cash-in. Wasn't really losing my mind at that either, because again, you're kind of like, no, I can't. I'm not buying it. Again, I'm not buying it. I don't think that this is actually happening. I don't think he's actually cashing in here, but we got close. I would have lost it once that bell sounded. If the bell had sounded, then I would have lost it. But yeah, you're waiting and waiting until it sounds. No. Good though. I mean, like, a few talking points there. A few talking points. Had the Miz teasing a cash in. Alexa coming down. So, LB says, I thought WWE said that rematches were no longer a thing. Inconsistency. Brandon says, Alexa Bliss versus Randy Orton. Donald says, why so negative with the Fiend Bliss thing? I like them together, so I'm not down on them being together. I just said earlier, and that kind of reinforces my point I made earlier. It's lacking the punch. It's lacking the impact. Like, you're getting those kind of segments where they're coming down and nothing's happening. I mean, you can talk about it. Do you know what I mean? We can talk about the fact she showed off play and pain and took play away and it just said pain. And, we can talk about how, she stood there and she was smiling. She was, like, playing with the skirt a little bit. And, there's things that you can talk about. But then, to be honest, not worth talking about. It's not a segment that had punch. And I don't really know what she brought to that opening segment. But I'm not down on her and Fiend. I do like them together. And I hope that she does go after that women's title. I think that's her against Asuka, I think could be very interesting. Very interesting. But I don't know if that's what they've got in mind, to be honest. I don't know if that's the plan. Of course, we're going to see what happened moments ago. Mo Jones, shout out to you. Logan says, you should play Among Us. Brax the Beast says, angry Miz girl was going to explode if Miz cashed in and won.
Mo Jones is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. I don't like the way Alexa spaces out her words.
Fair enough. Shout out to you, Mo Jones. Esteban says, Bliss is just emulating Quinn. It's obvious and unoriginal. But Spark says, just wait for it to play out. Right, Miz talking to Charlie backstage. Drew had no business getting involved in our business. I do. This is good from Miz. This is good from Miz. Just because your 19-year dream is over doesn't mean you have to ruin everyone else's. Miz really putting over the fact that he could have been champion tonight. Drew McIntyre's got no idea what he just did, so is Drew moving to a feud with Miz now? A 2-on-1 handicap match tonight. Do you remember when they were in a handicap match against Braun and they got destroyed? Wasn't that for the Universal title as well? Didn't go well, did it? Miz is a monster on the mic, says AR. Miz's new sentence is fact. Good segment to the start of the show. I like the mystery that Alexa plays on things. Also, good falling with a Miz cash-in, says BBY. PSI. Days, Fiend Alexa are great, but they are no Lana going through an announce table, says Sean. We've got Elias. So is this the guitar and a pole match? Well, yeah, I think so, because we've got the pole in place. It's an acoustic guitar. comes a time. So he's talking about how Jeff tried to run him over. Universal Truth went to #1 in the charts. What charts? Do you think that Miz will cash in later? Don't know. Don't know if he'll get the opportunity, to be honest. I think you're going to see quite a few teases over the coming weeks, potentially months. Guitar on a pole, is Vince Russo back? Elias is built and talented, says Lone Star Friend. Walk with Elias, says 7-star. Brian says, I like Bliss, but I do agree, Days, I'm not really digging this gimmick of hers. I do think it could work. And for some people it is working. And I think it's important to say that. Because definitely I'd say people are split on this one. This is not one that kind of unites fans. This I think it could work. Right, he's going to play Amen. I was asked earlier, what's my favourite Elias song? It's this one. Big fan of this. Amen. I'm going in. Yeah. Oh, no. That's rude. That's Jeff Hardy's music. That is unbelievable. Elias is trying to promote a legitimate 4-song album right now. And Jeff Hardy has got the nerve to come out and interrupt that. Unbelievable. Just as I was getting into it as well. I thought Jeff Hardy was a good guy, but now I'm convinced he's a heel. Because that was a heel move. Wouldn't even let the man play his song. Normally, I'm alright with Elias getting interrupted. But this is like a proper record that's out. And it's like, the songs are alright. I don't mind hearing them. I don't want to kill me. I'm like, okay, here we go. If we're going to have singing in wrestling, then I don't mind it being this way. I want to kill me. Days, who is on SmackDown Survivor Series team? Well, I remember Jey Uso qualified, didn't he? He beat Daniel. And I can't remember who else. Right, we've got... I don't think there was that many that was announced, to be honest. We've got guitar on a pole match. Whoever gets the guitar can use it. But in all fairness, I think anyone can use it once the guitar... So the only thing is that it's the only object that can be used, isn't it? Like, you can't go under the ring and get a chair. The only object you could use is that guitar. It's tradition interrupting Elias. They can't kill tradition, says BBYPSI. Yeah, but I didn't care about him before. And now, I don't mind hearing his songs. When he's singing annoying little songs that don't sound very good, then you want him to be interrupted. But with these songs, you're like, no, I'll give this a listen. So all of a sudden now, it's turning Jeff into a heel. In my book, anyway. I wanted to hear the song. Right, Jeff has gone to the ring. He's going to look to try and climb up the pole. If you are just joining us, this is the... We're already 25 minutes into the show, you know. Oh, just hurls a stool at Jeff Hardy. Elias grabs the stool that he'd been sitting on, hurls it at Jeff Hardy. Days, you need to stop criticising Alexa. Alexa is playing a fantastic character. And I like the fact that she was wearing gloves like the Fiend. Dude, if you've been watching this channel for a while and you enjoy like spending time with us, then you'll know that I just call it as I see it. So I can't stop being honest if I think that they could do something better. I like her with the Fiend, but it could be done better. It could be done better. I think that she's been a little bit wooden at the start. I think she's improved on that now. But I think there's a few times where she's coming out and it's lacking the punch. It's lacking the OMG moment, if you will, like that one at the start. She comes out, but she's not the focus of that first segment. I mean, like the focus of that, there was a few things that happened in that segment. I feel that her becoming Fiendette is so significant that when she's involved in a segment, she should be the focus of the segment. In that first segment, she was not the main focus. We had Drew with a Claymore, and then when you thought that Drew was going to steal the spotlight, out came The Miz with a cash-in. So she was an element. She was a part of it, but she wasn't the be-all and end-all. And I kind of feel like she should be. This is a big thing that we should be investing in. So I just don't think that it's got the punch. For whatever reason, I don't know if they're... When she comes out, it should be significant. So I'm going to continue to call it as I see it. But if you see it differently, the chat is there for you to express that. Jeff's gear is pure perfection, says the gamer. Noah says we shouldn't be mad about the show. I'm not. I think it's all right. We all know that Lana is going to get put through a table. Hope so. John, shout out to you. Blue and White Army says, Days, who do you think was driving that car? Hey, I mean, look, if it turned out to be Jeff, would that be a surprise? I mean, I didn't think it was. But if it turns out to be Jeff, apparently it was someone with red hair, but it could just turn out to be Jeff, couldn't it? Because what if it turns out that he has turned heel? Because I'm sorry, but I wanted to hear that song, and he's just interrupted. He's a heel in my book. Elias stomping on Jeff. Jeff against the ropes. Back elbow by Elias. Jeff goes down. WWE are going to host an obstacle course. Enter Titus O'Neil, which remember, yeah, with the keg. And he fell over. Dave, do you think Jeff Jarrett will get involved in this Vince Russo guitar on a pole match? Who knows, dude? You might see Jeff Jarrett come down. Honky Tonk Man. Anyone else that's ever used the guitar? I don't think Honky Tonk Man's on good terms, though, is he, at the moment? So Jeff Jarrett obviously is. He was part of the kickoff panel, wasn't he, for Hell in a Cell? So, yeah, that's not a bad shout. Maybe we will. I'm surprised that he's not on one of the screens in the Thunderdome. Big strike by Elias. No one has managed to get the guitar yet. Still dangling away. I feel that no one says this enough, but I hate the fact that SmackDown superstars go to Raw. You should stay in your brand. Right, well, Elias in control against Jeff. Jeff goes against the ropes. Big strike. Kick to the midsection by Jeff. Looking for a twist of fate. Couldn't get it. Knee strike by Elias. Jeff goes down. Both guys are down at the moment. Wrestling Days fan says Adam Cole Bay is going to win the Rumble, and that is undisputed. Zachary says this should be a ladder match. What do you mean? Would the guitar be what you get when you climb the ladder? There. Elias was just about to get it, and he gets pulled down by Jeff. There's a Sting mask in the crowd. There is, yes. There is a Sting mask in the crowd. This is the problem when you don't have people that don't know that are operating the screens. Because Sting's not one of the little band pictures, are they? So how are they meant to know? Double leg drop by Jeff Hardy. Basement drop kick. Elbow drop by Jeff Hardy as well. I wish there were no clear faces or heels. I want the crowd to cheer for who they want to cheer for instead of being forced to boo heels, says Noah. I mean, that would be going against kind of pro wrestling history, but I think there's room to experiment around with that. I mean, like, I think Roman's a heel, but I love him. If I was there, I'd be cheering him when he came out. So in a way, I suppose people do cheer for who they want to cheer for. Jeff's almost getting that guitar, but Elias comes over. Jeff has grabbed it. Hardy has got the guitar. He comes crashing. Oh, no, it didn't break. Oh, he came down from the top, walloped Elias with it, but the guitar didn't break. Jeff Hardy wins. That looked nasty, man. Is that not a gimmicked guitar or something? Why did he smash it in the corner? Oh, that looks nasty, doesn't it? That looks nasty. A botch break. They're showing a replay of it here. I am the guitar! Would not break the way it comes down. I mean, like, he seems to... I think he hits him okay. It's not as if he, like, caught him at an angle or anything. I think he hit him pretty flush on the back, but the guitar just... Well, Jeff Hardy wins anyway. Jeff Hardy wins. Interrupting is a marketing play to get people to go to iTunes to buy it to find out what it sounds like. We got the young Brooks backstage with resistance bands. Oh yeah. I mean, fair play. That's more exercise than I've done all year. Just even that. Oh, in fact, just even pretending I'm doing that, I can feel it. Even just pretending to do that, my shoulders are like, what is going on? What are you doing? Sorry guys. Sorry. Days, when do you think Raw and SmackDown will start invading? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't think it'll be tonight. I'm not that eager for it. We've only just had a draft. It's the kind of thing that we saw a lot of like last year. So I'm not desperate for it. I don't know that it's going to have too much impact. I think maybe do it on the go homes. Do it on the go homes to build up the pay-per-view, but I wouldn't really do it more than that. Don't hurt yourself. I know. Oh, it's tingling away, let me tell you. Tingling away. Days, you should start a line of resistance beanies. That'd be good, wouldn't it? So if ever you find yourself in desperate need of exercise, you can like whip the beanie off and you can be like, yeah! That would be good. I'll look into it. And by looking into it, I mean I'll do nothing about it. Do you feel the burn? I've got, dude, honestly, I'm feeling tingling in parts of my body that I didn't even know I had. There's something here that I think I've done damage to just by pretending to do that. It's not good. Days, massage therapy. What, the UK's going into lockdown? Who's going to do? I'm going to have to get Kia Days to like massage it for me. I'll have to put some dog treats here or something. The Tribal Walrus is going to interrupt, says 7-star. Retribution beanies. Wouldn't it be easier for Drew to face Miz for the title instead of screwing him earlier? Potentially, but I think he's got issue with Randy, hasn't he? So I think that part of it is that he wants to beat Randy. I don't know if it's about the title, is it? It's about beating Randy. Lister Jericho says, only in England, Scotland is still fine. Yeah, there's they are. I heard earlier that Scotland are looking at lockdown, though. They are looking at lockdown, so I don't know if there'll be any developments there. Days, why are your arms like noodles? That is an excellent question, Donna. It's taken a lot of work, a lot of hard work, a lot of commitment to ensure that I never do any physical exercise. It's a commitment that I make to you, and it's a commitment that I make to this channel to ensure that I am in a horrific physical shape. Because I think that's very important. Do you know what I mean? Like, the image of being like a YouTuber, the image of being like a wrestling fan that, you know, streams online, I think it's very important that I uphold that image. And so, as a result, I do everything in my power to avoid any physical exercise. To the point now where my shoulders are legit giving me jip. I'm going through jip right now. So, and I do that for you. I do that for you. To uphold those stereotypes. Am I the only one that wouldn't want to see The Fiend versus Undertaker, asks Anthony. Yes, Anthony, you are the only one. You should pitch the idea to WWE and then they will sell Days Caps. You could make money and that would be best for business. Here come the young Brooks. Mandy. Right. So far, it's Dana, Mandy, Shayna, Nia, and Lana versus Bianca Belair. That is going to be a sick match. Yeah! So I think we could get an invasion tonight. We're going to get Bianca Belair on her own, running in and just doing what? Oh, look, see. I have done way too much exercise on this stream. Way too much exercise. I don't know what I'm losing my mind. All of a sudden, I think I'm Serena Williams or something. Do you know what I mean? I just don't know. Oh, far too physical. Far too physical. We need to dial that down. Although I'll still lose my mind if Lana goes through a table. There's no... Don't you worry about that. Alex says, I don't think Lana goes through a table tonight. That's what they want you to think, Alex. They want you to doubt that. That's what they want. Don't give them what they want. Okay, here's Shayna and Nia. It is weird seeing Shayna come out to Nia's music. I'm not like most girls. Okay, so Nia, Shayna making their way down. We got the Young Brooks in the ring. This is for the women's tag team titles. John says, come on, Lana. David cheering for Lana as well. Prince asks, how is the show so far? It's all right. Hasn't really been much. Here we go, women's tag team titles on the line. Yes! Yes! Bum ba-da-dum, bum ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, bum ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, bum ba-da-da-da. Lana, 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 Lana. Oh, she is so over with me. She is so over. She is so over to the point where I'm starting to think she might be the best in-ring wrestler I've ever seen.
Babipsy is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Days your background photo is what is known as scenes. It is another tradition that must be kept. Lana, a living legend traditionalist.
Living legend.
Keep scenes.
Yes. It's good look. It's the good look picture. I looked at it before we started streaming and I was like, do I change it? It's the good look picture now. It's kind of like your lucky pants. Do you know what I mean? Like, I haven't changed my pants for 6 weeks because they're my lucky pants. 6 weeks, she's gone through that table. So I refuse to change my underwear. So I thought, why change this picture either? So, yeah, I'm sticking with it. I don't care about this match. I just do not even care. Do not even care. The woman, the legend. The living legend. It used to be Bruno Sammartino. But now it's Lana. She is down at ringside. For those of you that aren't watching, Lana's come down. She's just standing in the entranceway. I think it's because she's got no friends. And she now finds herself on the Survivor Series team with Mandy and Dana and Shayna and Nia. Those four are having a match right now. So, of course, she wants to be amongst friends. She wants to be with her friends. It is good, isn't it? She's got no friends. I want them all to be nasty to her. But and I want it to be a case of like she's really sad. She's got nowhere else to go. There's no one else that will spend time with her. So she kind of has to put up with the bullying. And like that's gonna make it's gonna make you feel for her. It's working. It is working. What they're doing is working. It's working with me anyway. Almost getting a 3 count there, Dana. The boat. Bianca Belair is overrated. Nice roll up there by Dana. People saying there was a botched kick, but I didn't see it. I believe it. Against the ropes. Out the ring goes Shayna. Oh no, she's grabbed Lana. Dana slides and makes the save. Dana, cartwheel, back elbow. Oh, gets caught. Gets caught by Shayna. Lana jumps up, distracts Shayna, grabs Lana. Dragging him in the ring, roll up. Lana's like, look, 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 look. 2. No. Okay, that was awful. Baszler's got Dana. Dana taps. Honestly, I should imagine WWE Creative come up with like this idea, right? We'll have Lana come out. She's going to cause a distraction. And we'll have all this. And they probably write the script out and everything. And in their minds, it looks good. And then when they actually see it, like, performed, they're probably just like, I don't even know why we bother. I don't even know why we bother. Everything looks so clunky. It looks very scripted, like, I've got to stand here now. Now I'm going to get knocked off. Now the ref's distracted and... Just put her through the table. Okay. They've gone away from the match. I'm not going to lose hope. Don't. They've gone to Randy backstage. This isn't looking good, is it? not losing hope. I'm not going to lose hope. Okay, so it wasn't then. The streak can't be over. If the streak's over, this will be more upsetting than when The Undertaker lost to WrestleMania. RKO. They've got to know. They've got to know. They've got to know to not end the streak. They've got to know. Mo says, I blame the ref for that. Lana told him to turn. Lana did it for The Rock.
Mo Jones is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. I blame the ref for that. Lana told him to turn.
Yeah, and he didn't. He didn't listen. I'm not going to lose hope. It didn't happen in that segment, but could we end up seeing a little backstage segment where Nia grabs her and still puts her through a table? Yes. So, I'm not going to lose hope. All of you out there getting upset. They could be playing you. I don't know if they are, but they could be playing you. I'm not gonna let them play me. I'm not gonna get upset. Could still happen. It's J14. The streak might not be over. Let's wait. Honestly, I'm gonna wait till the end of the show. If I was booking this show, I would do the same. And then right at the end, there's a big brawl and whatever. And it's like, we've got a commotion backstage as well. And then the show ends just as Nia picks up Lana, puts her through a table. And that's how the show ends. Right, the last thing you see. If they do that. Brilliant. Charlie Caruso is looking cute though, says Anthony. General Snotty Notty says, I'm going to riot. David says they'll do it later. It's over, days, says William. It's not over. It's not over. I won't believe it until the show ends. There's still so much time. We've still got like 2 hours, 12 minutes. Do you know how many times she can go through a table in 2 hours, 12 minutes? Honestly, if that's all we see for 2 hours, 12 minutes, it'll be the best Raw ever. You should compile a Lana put through the table reel and run it every week before Raw starts. Gabriella said, I'd pay money for that show. William says, you're delaying the hurt. Look, you can say that I'm going through denial. That's absolutely fine. But I think it's important sometimes to cling on to hope. I think hope is so important in life. And that's what I'm choosing to do. I'm a glasses half full kind of a guy. Yeah. I'm a glasses half full. Give it to Lana and she can go through the table with the glass. This is worse than the Undertaker streak being over. That's right. In fact, I would say this is the worst thing that's ever happened. Ever. But it's not happened yet. It's not over yet. There's still a long way to go. You should use your Lana Mattel figure to recreate it. That's a good idea, actually. Could do a video of just throwing the Lana figure through different tables. Oh, that would be good. I could get a printout of a periodic table and I could put Lana through that. Ah! She's gone through the periodic table. Scenes. Right, here's our truth. At the periodic table as well. That's where all the periods live. Yeah, like silver and gold. So, if you are going to miss out on school, you can get your education here. This, and you can get with that, and you can get with this, and you can get with that. What's up? Yeah. Our truth is here. What's up? That's crazy. Lana and Nia need... Oh, what's this? What's happening here? What's this promo? I've got a match with Bobby Lashley. The Bobby Lashley that wants to put people in Nelson from The Simpsons. He's going to sign my water bottle. So R-Truth's being told that he's got to face Bobby Lashley. Right, well, here comes Bobby Lashley. Nelson from The Simpsons. I don't really, to be honest, I don't really quite get this. If we're trying to build up the Hurt Business, is a little comedy match with R-Truth the right way forward? I don't know. I don't hate it. So at Survivor Series, Bobby Lashley against Sami Zayn. Just heels everywhere, isn't there? Everywhere you look, there's heels. It's like a ladies' shoe shop. R-Truth has got red shorts, green shirt. You're a champion. I'm a champion. There's no need for anyone to get hurt. R-Truth just lies there. Just pin me. R-Truth says just pin me, Bobby. Fair play. He says, I'm a champion, you're a champion, just pin me. There's no need for anyone to get hurt. But a big spear by Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley isn't interested in logic. Oh, that's one thing that
New
Bobby
underscore
Lashley
York
can't
underscore state underscore of underscore mind is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. Alana figure that comes with an announcer table.
That would be awesome, wouldn't it? I'd want them to put a Nia in there as well. So, Lana, Nia, table. Mattel have got to make that. They've got to make that. That is like a dream battle pack. The kids are desperate for it. But yeah, good shout. Real good shout. Bobby Lashley has won thanks to Nelson from The Simpsons. And he wasn't interested in just pinning R-Truth. He wanted to beat him, which is very disrespectful. Gulak comes down. Gulak tries to pin, but Bobby actually grabs Gulak, picks him up. Look at this. Gut wrench. Oh! There we go. He's just... Oh! Nelson from The Simpsons! Nelson from The Simpsons! They are really putting over the full Nelson. If there's one thing I love about 2020, and it's probably the only thing other than Lana going through the table, and he's still throwing him on top. Gulak's won the title but he doesn't know it. He just got put in a full Nelson. He's gone out cold, and Bobby Lashley's still throwing him on top of R-Truth. Now what's he going to do? Is he now going to put Truth on top of Gulak? Bobby Lashley what's Bobby Lashley doing? Right now, Bobby Lashley's the one that decides who's going to be champions. What's Bobby Lashley thinking? I don't understand what he's thinking about. Does he want to be champion? I don't understand what that was. He got back in the ring and then left again. Right, backstage you got Lindsay, Grand Metalik. Oh, look at the size of the big man. Jordan. He's cool, isn't he? Tell you what, the Raw entrance music, if that was Jordan's entrance music, they just played it there as we went to commercial break. Listening to that Raw entrance music and seeing like Jordan in his sharp suit, just kind of like walking serious with that music playing, I was like, that is big time. That is big time. They can make serious money from him. If they can get him onto like the late night talk shows, get him out there. I think they need to do that with like a lot more, and they need to get Roman out there a lot more. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you want to attract new fans, then you've got to like get onto Fallon and Colbert and all the other late night talk shows, have them hosting Saturday Night Live and whatever. I don't know what shows you've got. James Corden and others. Like, you need to have them out there. Good Morning America. Regis and Kathy Lee. Yeah, all of them shows. So, imagine like if Jordan came on. Very impressive. Days Rambling Rabbit, background of interview. Will Bray bring up the reptilians again? I don't know. He hasn't spoke about reptilians, has he? Let's switch it up and put Sarah through a table. No, J14, you're losing focus. That's what they want you to do. They want you to start branching out into other things. Let's stay on track, please. Who won with Shayna and Nia versus the Young Bucks? It was Shayna and Nia. I love the build to this Lana versus Nia 60-minute Iron Woman tables match. It's one of the best builds to a match ever. It is. It really is. What would it be if she has that match? Will she have to say the if it's for if Nia becomes women's champion and we end up getting an hour-long Iron Woman tables match, then would it be the girlhood dream has come true? Is there such a thing as a girlhood? I've heard of boyhood, but is there girlhood? The girlhood dream has come true. Look, if you're gonna do it, let's do it. No one will be interested in it. No one will want to watch it. But this community will lose their mind. Let's somehow get a women's title onto Nia Jax, and let's do an hour-long tables match. Nia, Lana, the girlhood dream comes true. Is it girlhood? Is girlhood a thing? I've never even thought about it. I've heard of boyhood. Never heard of girlhood. Whose theme was that? It was the Raw theme that was playing. Basti, shout out to you. Days, do you think we need a better Intercontinental champ or a better United States champ? I think Lashley's cool. But his matches are not the most interesting in the world. So as a result, keep them short. And, I suppose what he just did there with R-Truth is all right. So, I mean, Lashley's all right. He's got a great look. But it's just when the bell rings, it's a bit... Sammy, the other way around. Nia's here. She's butt hurt. She probably is. She's been through that table quite a few times. Lana says she's a fighter. Tonight. Why? End of the night. She will either. Oh. I'm going to end her career. Oh, well, she didn't go through a table, but she's gunning for her. She says, by the end of the night, I'm going to end her career. What's she going to put her through? How is she going to end her career? Oh, this is good, isn't it? This is good. Well done, WWE. I don't even care if people don't like it. I am loving it. Lars Warpo, shout out to you. Mega table slam. Maybe that's what we're getting. Mega table. Tables. Says anyone see how the worm has turned? Yeah? Everyone was like, the worm's dead. It's not happening. The streak is over. And I was like, no, there's still life in the worm. I think I saw it wink at us. And it did. It did. Why is everyone in the background doing this? I understand. I understand they're like, right, give a thumbs down and everything, but he's cool as, isn't he? He's cool AF. I wouldn't be giving thumbs down to Jordan. There's going to come a moment where Jordan attacks AJ. And I hope it's not for a long, long time. Like after WrestleMania. But when he does, it is going to be awesome. Just think if Jordan's finisher is a powerbomb. Just imagine that. It's going to take him half an hour to get down. It's going to be like the Tower of Terror. We got AJ promo right now. Miss Clown 1, shout out to you. Mo Jones says, I'm calling it. Lana's going to put Nia through a table. I'd love it if she tried. She picks her up like this and then like her legs are giving out and she ends up like just collapsing down. AJ wants to be captain. He's got intangibles for days. He's got intangibles for me. I love intangibles. Oh, yes. I love intangibles. Aren't they the little oranges? They're intangibles, aren't they? I'm sure they are, the little oranges. He's got some for me. Yes. Thank you, AJ. I'll gladly accept your intangibles. Such a flirt. Right, Sheamus on his way down. Boo! Now you can give thumbs down. Jordan's finisher, the last ride. Just imagine that. Prince, shout out to you. Anthony says we need a woman version of John Cena. Yes. Joe Cena. He was in NWA. Keith Lee on his way down. Still awful theme music. But the rumor is that he has been recording some new theme music. AJ's like dancing away. He's trying to unite the team. In all fairness, if AJ wants to be captain, he probably should be. In fairness, if Jordan wants to be captain, no one's stopping him. Imagine Jordan, Keith Lee. Days Drew most likely becoming the leader of this team. Okay, well, look, we got 3 out there. Your success is my success. I don't care who we've got to beat on Team SmackDown. I don't care if we've got to beat Rey Mysterio, Dominic Mysterio, Angie Mysterio. Days, I know Nia is going to end her career is by throwing Lana off the Titantron into 5 tables. I think I'll explode. I think I'll legit explode. Monster 18, shout out to you. Right now we've got AJ, we've got Keith Lee, we've got Sheamus. I probably should change this, shouldn't I? I actually agree with the big fellow right here. Lurch. He calls him Lurch. I will never take orders from you. Don't you realise what's at stake here? Do you understand what this will do for my legacy? Right, Braun. Braun's got gloves hanging off his belt. The only thing this team needs are these hands. Mr. Monster. We've all had to qualify. Yeah, he's no worries, dude. Braun, yeah, I should imagine that he'll have to have a match. Two weeks ago, I beat you clean. Why does anyone want to be the team captain? Who cares? I don't. Here's Adam Pearce. I'd love to have you on Team Raw. Who in the bluest of blue hells? Who in the bluest of blue hell? Is hell blue? Is hell blue? In my mind, it's red. Please put Lana through a table. Daze is going to get these hands. Did you hear that Rhea Ripley's going to get called up soon? I saw people talking about it, but I never saw any news articles on it. I don't know where that story's done the rounds. Okay, they fight and see who's going to face Braun. Braun needs a qualifier. Well, how's that fair? Braun versus Keith versus Sheamus. Yeah, Braun should have an ejection. Why has he got to face 2 other people? make sense? How does this make sense? Braun's got to qualify with the triple threat. Don't matter. Don't matter. All we care about is Lana. Did Lana go through a table yet? Not yet. Triple threat. Lol. Dace, do you see Aleister Black in a world title picture? I do, but I'm not sure that Vince does. Who suddenly put Adam Pearce in charge of things? I have no idea, John. It's a really good point. I don't know. I don't know. He just started announcing stuff. I think the first time we saw him, was it just after the car crash outside? Was it just after that? And then we saw him talking to the roster in the Performance Center. That might have been one of the first times we saw him. But yeah, since then, he's been used on a fairly regular basis. If Braun wins, he should be captain. Oh, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Because does it not mean that, like, Sheamus can pin Keith and Braun loses? I don't get that. I really thought Strowman's opponent was going to be Jordan, says Lauren. Lana is not going through a table. You keep saying this, William. You keep saying this. I'm glass half empty. I'm still optimistic. Imagine if Nia takes Lana out of the Survivor Series team and they put Alexa in. Well, that would be awful, wouldn't it? That would be awful. Because clearly the most over woman right now is Lana. Lana is the hero that we need. Shout out to Jesse Miles. Days, if Braun flipping Strowman, I'm pretty sure he can handle 3 guys, says OJ2. Yes, but why should he have to? Why should he have to? Keith Lee just had a one-on-one match. Sheamus had a one-on-one match. AJ had a one-on-one match. Braun Strowman's got to win via a triple threat. Why? Plus also, as we just said, Sheamus can pin Keith, or Keith could pin Sheamus. Braun could just get knocked to the outside and then he doesn't join the team. I just don't get it. Don't understand. Just don't understand. Lana versus Asuka at WrestleMania 37. Who do you think will be the final member of Team Raw? Asks Trent. Well, I'll ask that to the guys. Get your thoughts in. Who do you think will be the final member of Team Raw? Maybe, I don't know, actually. We may see Nia putting Lana through the table continuously until next week. Oh, what? Do you mean like on YouTube? They're just going to stream for a week of just constantly having to go through the table? I would stream that. I would do a live watch along of that for a week. I'd just sit here, just like I'd be having all my meals and everything, reading the paper, and a little glance up, seeing if it's still happening. Checking the news on my phone, like this. Doing some exercise. Well, I never do any exercise, in all fairness. But yeah, we would stream that. Has Lana gone through a table yet? Not yet, dude. Not yet. There's still high hope, though. Very, very high hope that it's going to happen. This program contains flashing images. Right, we're going back. Right, we got AJ on commentary. Right, we've got Keith Lee, Sheamus, and Strowman. I should probably change the thing, shouldn't I? I'm on Lana Watch. Oh, she's on TikTok. You don't need to stray too far from there. She did a dress-up thing as well, didn't she? I can't remember what it was, but I remember it being a bit underwhelming. But I can't remember what she dressed as for Halloween. I remember seeing her pictures getting shared on Twitter. And I was like, I expected more. She should have dressed as a table. Could you imagine if she dressed as either Nia or a commentary table? If she dressed as a commentary table, she would be so over. In her mind, she's just like, I need to wear, like, scantily clad things. I need to look sexy and everything. Whereas we're all sitting here going, just dress as the announce table. Could you imagine if she dressed as the announce table? And she had a little Tom Phillips, like that she had on the announce table and everything. You tell me that if she had that picture of her, you tell me you wouldn't pop. Of course you would. Or if she dressed as Nia. With the little line, I'm just like one girl. I'm just like one girl. Nia Jax. Brilliant. Why didn't she do that? She doesn't help herself sometimes. She really doesn't. We're outside the ring. Sheamus throwing in some big forearm strikes. He's got Keith over by the ring and smashing his face into the edge of the ring. Hulkamanius says Miro could be Nia and Lana could have been the announce table. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That would have been fun. That would have been fun. Strowman charging into Keith, and Keith goes down. Sheamus goes down. Stripping off the announce table. It's just not going to be the same if someone else goes through it, is it? Do you know what I mean? Should be called Lana's table now. Strowman has got Keith Lee. He's got Sheamus. He's looking to put them through Lana's table. Braun will be in for a shock when his ex-partner, Nicholas, returns and demands these hands. J14 says, not that table, that's for Lana. Right, well, Sheamus is grabbing some steps. Keith Lee's gone over to help him. They both work together, hurling them into Strowman. Strowman goes down. I mean, look, they really don't want him on this team, do they? I don't really understand why, because he's huge and he's quite impressive. Do you know what I mean? You'd think that he'd be a good addition. But no, apparently not. They really don't like him. Who do they want instead? Who do they think's better? Who do they think is going to help Team Raw more than the former Universal Champion, one of the biggest superstars on either roster, Braun Strowman, whose nickname is the Monster Amongst Men? In fairness, none of them should be captain because they're all making really bad decisions. Sheamus was trying to rake at the face, but Keith Lee has grabbed Sheamus, hurls him into the barricade. Sheamus is probably going to take the pin in this match, says Austin316. Big clubbing blow by Keith. Goes around, scoops up Sheamus. Over by the steps, but sleeper hold applied by Sheamus. Outside the ring. Oh, look at that. Oh, the barricade went down. So, outside the ring, Sheamus had a sleeper hold on Keith Lee, and out of nowhere, Braun Strowman collided, and everyone went down. The barricades went down. Crazy. Madness. Scenes! That's what it was. Scenes. Holy hell. Days, if you had to pick any wrestler to go on the Raw Survivor Series team, who would you choose? I don't really know the rosters still off the top of my head, so I can't say, to be honest. Plus, you've got to add in the fact that I simply don't care. I'm not that excited for the Survivor Series card. I just don't think. I think that it's one of the big shows. It's got the whole Undertaker thing, as I was saying before, but they keep showing these matches like Bobby Lashley against Sami Zayn and Asuka, Sasha, and Randy Orton, Roman Reigns. Just the card looks awful. Strowman has won. He's pinned Sheamus. No, we're at commercial break. This is a good match, says James Chadwick. AJ Lee says, Days, I will be shocked if Lana reverses and DDT's Nia and Nia goes through the table. I would be shocked and saddened because that's not the agreement that I've got with WWE. The unwritten agreement that we have is that every week Lana goes through a table. Now, if we deviate from that, they're breaking the agreement. So I don't want any skullduggery. I'm a simple man who knows what he wants. For me, considering Keith Lee was the last man standing with Roman last year, you'd think they'd want him to be on Team Raw. I know. Trent says, put the Fiend on the men's team and swap Alexa for Lana. Sorry. Trent, I was with you until I read swap Alexa for Lana. And all of a sudden, I was out. I was out of the comment. Did Lana go through a table? Not yet. How does that card look bad? It looks bad because you got Randy Orton, Roman, who are both heels. And honestly, it's not a match that excites me that much to see those two face each other. Bobby Lashley, Sami Zayn, both heels. And again, I don't think that's a very exciting match. Asuka Sasha, we've seen many times this year already. So again, it's not like... The thing with the champion thing is it's kind of like a dream match that you wouldn't expect to see. It's kind of like the best of Raw versus the best of SmackDown. But it's so close to the draft that people have kind of just been moving around anyway. And it can kind of throw up matches that we've seen. Like Asuka Sasha, which we've seen recently. So, yeah, not really feeling it. And then it comes down to like Raw, SmackDown, Survivor Series teams. And if you look at the women's team for Raw, you've got like Dana Brooke, Mandy Rose, Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler, Lana. It's not, other than Lana, it's not a great team, is it? It's got to be one of the worst Survivor Series teams ever. So, yeah, my excitement level for Survivor Series is wobbly at the moment. But who knows? Who knows what we'll end up getting? We'll have to see when we get there. Keith and Braun were in the last series. Sheamus deserves it. James says, I'm not a fan of Alexa with Fiend, but how could you not like swapping Alexa with Lana? Because Lana is one of my favourite things at the moment. She keeps getting put through tables. Plus, I kind of think, like, that's not how I would use Alexa, to be honest. I wouldn't have her standing on the edge of the apron for ages. I mean, I suppose she could stand there and just be smiling or whatever. And at points, pointing and laughing. But I wouldn't use her that way. Lana, Nia, tonight, says Creed. Swap Alexa for Dana, says Hulkamanius. Now, we can talk there. We can talk there. I'll go with you on that one. Right, the action's back in the ring anyway. We got Sheamus going for the pin on Strowman. Strowman gets his shoulder up. Alexa with the Fiend is awful cringe, says Eric. I tell you, there's quite a few people that aren't into it. I am surprised at the amount of people that aren't enjoying Alexa with the Fiend. It's certainly not got universal support, has it? I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Sheamus going up top. Sheamus climbing up. Keith Lee grabs him by the throat. We are amazingly getting to the halfway stage. When we get to the next commercial break, we will do halftime scores. Halftime scores. Keith Lee grabbed Sheamus. Sheamus fires a shot. Keith Lee goes down. Strowman comes over. Days on Keith Lee's Instagram. Someone said he's the Black Goldberg, and Keith replied, nope. I like Alexa with the Fiend, says Anthony. Oh, have you seen Sheamus's leg? Is that like a scar that I've never noticed before, or is it blood? There seems to be something on his shin, which I've honestly never seen before. It might turn out he's always had it and I've just never noticed it. But what's on his leg? Is that blood? On his left leg. Well, either way, Sheamus is out the ring. Strowman went for a kick to Keith Lee. Days, can you put Lana through the table? Yes, I would love to. That'd be great. Could you imagine if you could pay money to do that? Not in a kinky way. Just in a, I want to make sure she goes through this table good and proper. And I feel like I can do that. $500 and you get to put Lana through a table. They would make a killing. They would make an absolute killing. Trent says, Lana is superhuman. She's been put through 6 tables and counting, and she keeps coming back. 100%. That's what I'm saying, man. You can disrespect Lana all you want, but there's no denying that she gets knocked down, she gets up again. You're never going to keep her down. I agree with you, Trent. I agree. Keith Lee in there with Sheamus. WWE, please put Lana through a table, says AJ Styles, commentary of the year. Shoulder up by Keith. They should donate to money every time Lana gets put through a table. Yeah. So Keith Lee over in the corner. Sheamus, is he going for the brogue? I think he's calling for it. Don't know where Braun is. There's Braun. Pops up. Grabs Sheamus. Drags him out the ring. Braun charging over. Collides into Keith. Oh, big clothesline by Keith Lee. 1, 2, kick out. Shoulder up by Strowman. Sheamus with a big brogue. Keith Lee goes down. Strowman scoops up Sheamus. Plants him down. 2, 3. Yeah, you're right. The chat said that Sheamus will get the pin, and he does. Braun Strowman wins. Strowman has qualified. Sheamus, Keith Lee, AJ, Braun are going to be taking on Kevin Owens and Jey Uso. That is Team SmackDown. Kevin Owens and Jey Uso. So we've got a little bit more to sort out. Good match. Days, how would you rate tonight's Raw? Not that favourably so far. I don't think there's been really any OMG moments or really that much of note. I think that this match for me was a bit illogical. I think it was a perfectly fine match though. I think the guitar match was what it was. I don't know. It's just passable. But we'll see what the chat think in a minute. I think it would have been helped if Lana had already gone through a table. But the fact that she hasn't yet and they're making us wait, that has to reflect in the score. Right, AJ says we're a team. He's trying to get everyone on the same page. Now they're going to shake hands. There we go. They shake hands. AJ's celebrating. He's managed to get... this is going to be more of a challenge. Getting Sheamus to shake hands, considering he just took the pin. Look how fired up he is. That's what I do for this team. I love this team. Shake my hand. Oh, and they hug. Yeah. That's what we do for this team. Yeah. He had to do that. Good. Excellent. Seeing them have a triple threat match and then that show of respect after, it was cringe. This is what I do for this team. But seeing Sheamus hit that brogue, yeah, good. They had to do that. Sheamus hits a brogue. Keith Lee gets involved. Good. All right, we got hello. To that special someone, Angel Garza. Yeah. What I feel every time I see him is real. My cheeks flushing red. There's no need to be embarrassed. Okay. It feels the same way. No. We can can we? Thank you. Thank you. Irresistible. Smile. For me. A rose. Oh. What I've never felt so special. I have never felt so special. Right, we got... I'm going to have to calm down, let me tell you. We've got Firefly Funhouse coming up. Firefly Funhouse. Did anyone else get that Garza thing, or was that just shown for me? Did you guys get that Garza bit? Or was that... I don't know. I'm not bothered. I mean, if that did go out to everyone, then it's fine. Just saying that did feel very real, and I just wondered if I was the only one that got the Garza thing. I don't know. He has got a great way with words, hasn't he? I'm just going to throw it out there. He is a good talker. He does have a way of making you feel very special. Anyway, let's move on to the halftime scores. Halftime scores. Get your scores in. Get your scores in. John says, I didn't get it. Well, let's move on. Let's move on. We'll move on. I'm not gonna think about it anymore. 6 out of 10 says J14. 675. 6. Lots of sixes. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My score just went up. Let me tell you, my score drastically increased. 775 says John Elite. 7 says OJ. 6, 6, 8. 5.5, 3, 6, 7, 8, 6, 6, 7, 6, 6. Quite a few sixes. I'm saying the word 6 a lot. 5, 7, 7, 9, 10, 5, 7, 6, 6, 9.5, 5.8, 7, 5, 7, 8, 8.5, 5, 7. 10 out of 10 because of AJ. 4 Lanas out of 10. 7, 5, 8, 8, 6.75, 5, 7, 0. Tucks out of 10 because of no tables. 7, 9.5, 7.25. No one puts Lana in a corner. 3, 6, 8, 7, 6.2. 6.5. Alex says, I think Garza was talking to me. Don't know, Alex, because he was looking right at me. I don't know. Like, there's only me in this room, and he was looking right at me, so I don't want to start an argument, but... 665, 675, 6, 7, 1, 7. We're kind of all over the place here. I feel like I said the word 6 a lot. So I think we're around a 6-6-5. That's my gut feeling for the halftime score. But there was a Huskus and a Funhouse and a Rambling Rabbit. So we might have a Firefly Funhouse coming up next. So let's see, shall we? Let's have a look, shall we? Undertaker on Jimmy Fallon. Oh, look at that. He grabbed a scarecrow. Tombstone. Why did they do that? Well, there we go. Undertaker beat a scarecrow. Do, 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 do. Could they not have done something better than that? I mean, I don't want to be critical. But Undertaker beating up a scarecrow, is that going to get people to tune into Raw? I don't know. Wouldn't it have been better if he'd beaten up Jimmy Fallon? I suppose you've got social distancing, haven't you? It's hard to beat someone up when you're in, got social distancing. Still though. Funhouse, I think. I'm not sure. They're just showing us a replay from earlier. We're really glad that you're our friend. This is a friendship that'll never ever end. Right, Charlie Caruso. Charlie Caruso's come dressed as Damien, which is, you love to see it, for Halloween. Could you imagine if Jake was still around and he pulled out Charlie Caruso? That would be the best. What about if remember if Macho Man was in the ropes like this? What if back in the day, he got Charlie Caruso to bite? Ah! Charlie Caruso's like, ah! That would be the best. That would be the best. Can someone out there find the image of Macho being bitten by the snake? And if you can, find a way of getting Charlie Caruso's head there instead. That would be straight fire. I just can't take this interview seriously. Damien is talking to Drew McIntyre right now. Imagine if, like, after he's beaten his opponent, Jake the Snake, he grabs his bag and pulls out, and there's Charlie Caruso. Charlie Caruso on top of this poor person. Anyway, we're moving on. Firefly Funhouse. Right, we got Bray. We've got Alexa. Hello. Yeah. P-I-G. No, silly. K. Oh. Right, this week's episode is about RKO. Oh, hello. Potty mouth? Yeah. I am an Abby the Witch stan. Excuse me. You can yourself. Yeah, she does bring up a valid point. He was bad. He was a bad one. Past is in the past.
I was able to create a brand new world. A world where the fun never...
Can hear the fire. Now we're seeing the fire. That's all. It's all in the past, though. It's all in the past. Unfortunately, it can't be that simple. He never forgets. He's an elephant. He's an elephant. That's what he is. He never forgets. Oh. She's got a little trick. Go on. Do something sick. Do something sick. He's got the heel glove. She smiles. Red goo comes out. Was that a tongue? Or was that like red goo? Is she a reptilian? Is she a reptilian? You was talking about reptilians earlier, weren't you? But wouldn't a reptile? Major cringe, says Eric. She's got a super tongue. Well, vipers have got long tongues, haven't they? And Randy's known as the Viper, but why would they go that way? And reptilians, and they've been referenced before. I think that she is going to have an alter ego like the Fiend. I think there is going to be a Fiendette, right? So now she's got like something else that she can do. I hope she hasn't taught herself to have a long tongue. If she's taught herself to have a long tongue, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But, yeah, I don't know. I think it was goo. That was the fruit roll-up challenge. There's going to be a part 2, says Jason. I only heard the audio. I did love it when Abby was like, you can shut the up. Yeah. Getting jealous. I love it. I'm loving the infighting. The infighting between Abby and Alexa is what I'm living for right now. I'm living for Lana going through tables. And I'm living for Abby telling Alexa to shut the up. You need to put 10 cents into the swear jar. Well, you can shut the up. Ah, very good. Are they turning Alexa into a reptile? Well, I hope not. But I don't mind them giving her a fiend type character. But why turn her into... Why have her... Why... I don't understand. Charlie Caruso's already turning into a snake. So why... You can't now turn her into a viper. Why is all the women turning into snakes? Well, some might say that they're not turning. Some might say. I'm just saying you can't trust them. That's all I'm saying. You can't trust them. It was a hang on. Tom Burns says, an absolutely fantastic funhouse. Alexa is playing this character fantastically. I don't care what anyone says. I am pleased that you are enjoying it. Wrestle Factor says, Days, she needs to leave that for the bedroom. What her and Fiend do is not our business. Listen. She's managed to either get some goo or she's managed to teach herself to have a long tongue. Either way, I think we can all agree it's intriguing. The episode was good until she did the tongue thing at the end. That was trash, says Imtiaz. Sonny said, did Bray accidentally let a reptilian in? You know, you can easily get rid of them, can't you? You just call pest control. Right, I don't care about that. I care about this. Nia Jax is on the way. Yeah! Here we go. Here we go, baby. Right, now we're talking. We are on the verge of getting this week's Linda McMahon moment of the show. Nia, what is this? What is Peyton Royce and Lacey Evans together? What's this? Lacey says there's no way that the announce table's going to make it out in one piece. Yeah. Strip that table off. The only thing I'm concerned with here is the fact that they are making this obvious that that's what they're going for, right? They already spoke about it. Now they've stripped it, right? They're making it a bit obvious that this is where it's going. Here's Lana. Here she is. I wish she would look a little bit more concerned. Come on, Lana. Yeah. I'm turning the tables on Nia Jax. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Right, here we go. Here we go. I don't know how this is going. I mean, not well for Lana. Lana gets picked up, put in the corner. Shoulder charged into the corner. High kick by Lana, but does nothing. Ooh, thrown across the ring. You think you can step... Why has Nia got such swag? I don't understand. You think you can step into the ring with me? Throws Lana across. This is what we need. Come on. Come on, don't mess this up, Vince. Come on, Vince. You got one thing you got to do. Respect that you made us wait. I respect that. There was a few people in the chat. I don't want to name names, but they were like, it's not going to happen. And I was like, stick with it. Stick with it. Come on. Stick with it. They know this is gold. We can't be the only ones enjoying this. Right, out the way. Nia goes into the corner. Lana down. Nia going over. Is Alexa about to do something like the Katrina gimmick in Lucha Underground? I never saw that. Where she licks unconscious guys after the match. Against ropes goes Lana. Big boot by Lana. High kick by Lana. And again. Down goes Lana. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, she grabbed her by the hair. Grabbed her by the hair. Picks her up. Lana's like, ah! Ah! Couple of strikes to the midsection. Doesn't do anything. Miro has just started streaming, has he? You want to be a part of this? You want to be a part of this? Headbutt by Nia. Lana goes down. Lana's like, lipstick is 1, 2. Yeah, picks her up again. Yeah, man. A few slaps to the face as well. You want to be a part of this, do you? This is brilliant. This is brilliant. The big criticism is that she doesn't belong in that ring. So have someone treat her like this. Have her earn her place. Give up. Lana's like, no, I'm not going to give up. She goes over to the corner. No. Look, she's crying. She's getting upset. Pulling her hair. It's got her up on her shoulders. Samoan drop. Lana's down. 1, 2. I would have pulled her up again. Lana gets battered. Wouldn't give up. Better put her through a table. Don't think she's got away with that. So Nia wins. Next stop, table, says M. Barnes. Well, they've left the ring. Don't go. Don't walk away. Don't walk away. Don't walk away. Go get her. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. She's gone back to her. You know WWE as well as me. You don't believe it till you see it. She grabs her, throws her. Here we go. This is the closest we've got. You're pathetic. Trying to fight back. Oh, gets thrown into the barricade. You're pathetic. You deserve this. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do it, number 7. Yeah! Number 7! Number 7! Oh, the teasing of that one. I think 7 is really satisfying. I think 7 is really satisfying. The fact she came out earlier, it didn't happen. You're watching, you're waiting, on the shoulders. The fact you're pathetic. You're pathetic on the shoulders. Boom. Oh, number 7 is good. Number 7 is satisfying. Really. That's gone right to my soul. That one. Number 7. Right through. Like the way she was saying, you're pathetic. I honestly thought she was going to get away. Didn't get away, man. Number 7, the streak is alive! The streak is alive! Ah, it's the highlight of the week. It is the highlight of the week. And look, you got to give her props. You got to give her props. She didn't give up in that match. She got battered, but she keeps coming back for more. It's a good story. It's genuinely a good story. She doesn't belong in the ring. She doesn't belong in the ring. No one wants to see her in the ring, but she keeps coming back week after week, getting put through that table. She keeps coming back. She's still not good, but she keeps coming back. She's paying her dues, man. She's paying some dues there, week after week after week after week. So deeply satisfying. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I think it's because she is just like deeply unlikable. And, do you know what I mean? Like, she's constantly just TikToking and social media, and she's all that kind of total divas, total bellas, all that kind of stuff. So seeing her step in and trying to become a wrestler, thinking that she can just go into a ring and become a wrestler, it's not what you want to see. So to see her getting treated this way is very satisfying, but it is also getting her over. It is getting her over. It is getting her over. I do not want her to get taken off that team. She has earned her spot on that team. She qualified. She's being treated this way. I would really like it. I would really like it if I would want her to try and be their friends. I would want her to try and win them over, and they keep disrespecting her. Build up a bit of sympathy for Lana. Try and build a bit of sympathy. She's still got to keep going through the table, but I think that'd be a nice side story as well. Nice side, because we are going to have to find a way out of this at some point. Not anytime soon. Number 7 was deeply, deeply. I feel content now. It was. Jay says, I didn't believe you. The streak continues. R.I.P. Lana, says Jason. Thank you, Skittles. Thank you, Skittles. I don't even know if Skittles are responsible for this. I just want to thank anyone and everyone. I want to thank Vince McMahon. A lot of people say that Vince should get out of creative. I think after this, he has shown that he is the right man for this job. And I hope that he stays in this role for the next 50 years. Aaron says Lana is the best babyface right now. Brax the Beast, shout out to you. Number 7 was good. I don't know if it was my favourite. I don't know if it was my favourite. But it was certainly one of the most satisfying. One of the most satisfying. You know, like when you're really dry. Like perhaps you've spent like a week in the desert and you haven't had a drink. And you're like, you're really dry. And you finally get some water and you're like, oh, that has hit the spot. That is what I needed. That is how I'm feeling right now. So good. What if someone went through a table on SmackDown? Who would you pick? Lana. It's what the wild card rule was brought in for. Feeling content, says Miss Clown Bomb. Lana is the John Cena of the women's division. She should be after that. That was so bad. I thought I was getting bullied. That was beautiful, says Butter Spark. Touchdown! Yes. Oh. That's it. I mean, we could turn it off now, couldn't we? We could wrap this up. Pretty much, we're done. Lana probably will win the Women's Survivor. I'm fine with that. Isn't that weird? Emmanuel, if that's what happens, brilliant. She deserves. Do you know what? It's a really good story to tell. Have her get disrespected, told that she's worthless, told that she's no good, but have it so that it gets down to 2-on-1 and Lana's the last one for Raw. And she somehow, I don't know how you book it. I don't know how you book it, but somehow she gets the win. I'd be honestly, I'd be fine with that. I'd be all right with that. How have they done this? How have they got me feeling this way? I don't know. I'm sitting here saying I would be fine with Lana being the sole survivor for the Survivor Series team, and I mean it. I mean it. I'm fully aware that in a few years' time, I'll look back on these comments and be like, they got me. They worked me. They worked me. They got me to the point where I was fine with Lana being a sole survivor. But future me, when you're watching this back, future me, yeah? It's really good. And she deserves it. And sometimes you should just be happy for people. Hurt Business versus New Day. Lana should win Survivor Series. Then Nia puts it through the table. Yes. I don't even know what's happening though. I don't. To be honest, I don't even care. Is he talking to Sami Zayn? Right, the Hurt Business have lived up to the business arrangement with WWE. It's time to collect payment. So they want the Raw tag team titles. I mean, this will be a decent match, won't it? Day's blood is red. Tables hurt. Thank you, Skittles, for all you do. I mean, look, it didn't rhyme. It didn't have to. Days Eva is going to pop up when you least expect it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not excited for that. We've got Xavier and Kofi. Big fan. Xavier says he's a big fan of the current United States champ. Xavier said that he used to stay up and watch Bobby's matches when he was in 6th to 7th grade. I mean, in fairness, Kofi's been doing this a long time as well. There we go. He says, you guys have been doing this well for a long time, talking to Bobby and Shelton and MVP. And he says, Cedric, I'm sure you'll be here for a bit. That was kind of a heel promo, wasn't it, from Kofi? Dave's got what he wanted. Lana through a table, figures. Hey, look, William. Just be happy. Just be happy. Just look at the joy that it's brought. The New Day sucks and the Hurt Business sucks. Imagine if there was fans during all this. It'd be so over. There'd be Lana chants. There'd be people dressing as Lana. Lana's nickname should be Highlight of the Night, yeah? Highlight of the Night. There's a lot of talking here. A lot of talking. I mean, you've got to feel for them because they're having to try and follow up that Lana segment. I mean, do you know what I mean? Don't envy them. I like the new Skittles, but the Tuck business should win. Days, has there been any update on Tegan Knox? She was on one of the watch-alongs, and apparently her road to recovery is going quicker than expected. But I mean, she's still going to be out for months and months and months. But it apparently going well and expected to return, so it doesn't seem to be like career-ending. Lashley should be WWE champion at some point. Right, they're making fun of Bobby here. MVP says, this is the problem with you guys. You're all just about jokes. But we dress like businessmen. And you dress like clowns. I mean, in fairness, they do. They're the modern day doinks, aren't they? Days, it says blood is red, tables hurt too. Thank you, Skittles, for all that you do. Okay, it rhymes. Fair play. Hurt Business could be a hybrid of Nation of Domination and Evolution, but the problem is they don't have a general, and the only young talent they have is Cedric. I think, isn't MVP their general? Okay, well, we're building towards this match. It's taking its time, isn't it? Is it 10 or 9? They can't remember how many times they've been champions. The Fiend versus Orton versus Drew McIntyre. Stop talking about rumpy pumpy WWE. Okay, I'm not feeling it. I think it's because it is following the Lana segment, to be honest. Like, it's perfectly fine. I'm just not feeling it. I don't know why. What do you guys think about Lesnar versus Lashley? I don't find Bobby Lashley that exciting. I think he's got a great look, but I feel like he needs to be built up. Right. They pipe in some New Day Rocks chants. New Day Rocks. New Day Rocks. Days, why is there so many Roman Reigns fans? Because he's the bestest. He's the best. I actually want Hurt Business to win, says Universal Big Dog. Sean says that was good. Roasting each other, says WWE, please put Lana through a table. And they did. David says that promo was long. What did you just say about Lashley? I said that he needs building up because he is... I like him in the Hurt Business. He looks good. I think he's perfectly fine as United States champ. But can you name a good Bobby Lashley match? Certainly since he came back. Like, I would struggle. The problem is, it's that classic, and then the bell rings, and he doesn't do it in the ring. You don't get goosebumps when Bobby Lashley comes out because he ain't great on promos. He ain't great in the ring. He's serviceable. He's passable, but he ain't having 5-star matches. So yeah, I kind of think that you need to give him a red hot feud. Need to really invest some time in him. Because he had that kind of little back and forth with Drew, but didn't really do it, did it? wasn't like, I don't think anyone believed he was going to become the champion. I don't even know if many people cared. So, but I wish I cared more about him. I wish I was into him more because he's got such a great look. But if they booked Lesnar versus Lashley, I wouldn't be freaking out about it. There's Bully Ray should put Lana through a table like he did with Dixie Carter in TNA. Days, if you saw TNA Bobby Lashley, you would love him, says Michael. I don't watch TNA, so I can't judge him by that, but I don't know. If you saw some exciting stuff from him in TNA, I'd have to say we haven't seen that in WWE. Days, I predict that Nia will be seduced by Angel Garza and become the new Mamacita. Orton versus Lashley, says David Connolly. What if Eva Marie puts Lana through a table? She'd botch it. Alternative Ultimate says Days, Drew himself knows how good Bobby is on the mic and in the ring. He said it. Brilliant. I look forward to seeing it. Michael says Brock don't have a mouthpiece either. Brock don't have a mouthpiece either. Well, Brock had Paul Heyman with him, didn't he? I mean, because I don't think he's a great promo either. But he is a lot more explosive, and you have to say legitimate as well. I mean, he's a former UFC heavyweight champion. The investment in Brock has been so much more than what they've invested in Bobby Lashley. I mean, when Brock first hit that main roster, he won the championship within his first, I don't even know how many months when he became WWE champion. Youngest WWE champion as well. He had a very, very impressive first run. And then, of course, went on to become UFC heavyweight champion. Came back and ended the streak, and he's done so much. Bobby Lashley's just nowhere near that level for me. I mean, I think they could have... it'd be an interesting match. Have they even faced each other? I can't remember. I don't think they have they? Days, would you like to see Lashley versus the new heel Roman Reigns? Not really. I don't know who I want to see Bobby Lashley against, to be honest. I don't know how. Bobby Lashley, I think, would be really difficult to book. Really difficult to book. I think he's... I personally, I think, and I think there's a few people in the chat that would disagree, so that's fine. But I think Bobby Lashley needs a lot of work. A lot of work. Right, we've got Kofi in there with Shelton. It's good when Days starts screaming about Lana going through a table. Highlight of the show. They made Lashley the champion TNA like they've had with everyone. Sonny Wolf says, let's go, New Day. MVP could be a good manager of the Hurt Business, but he is not the general that Triple H, The Rock, Farouk was more generals than what MVP is. David says, I loved Bobby on ECW. Nice strikes there by Shelton, and Kofi goes down. Bobby Lashley has got potential, but he's not been booked strong enough to be in the matches people who know him from other places want to see. That's very well said. Very well said, Trini. Are we doing live? We are live. Cedric over into the corner. And Kofi gets flipped across the ring. We've got 45 minutes. Oh, hello. Bit of twerking. Little bit of twerking. Shh. Lovely work. Oh, bit botchy, but it's all right. Nothing disastrous. Kofi going over to Cedric. I think you're underestimating what the Hurt Business is capable of. Love Bobby back when he feuded with Umaga and then jumped through that steel cage, says Moldy Spoon. Imagine if Becky was in the crowd. I'd be okay with Brock coming back as long as Brock Party comes back as well. Well, we got Cedric Alexander in there with Kofi. Are the tag titles on the line here? I don't actually know if this is a tag title match. Suffocating Stars fan says this show is boring. Chalmers says Lashley is missing something. I don't know what, but I feel like he'll never be legitimate. I don't know if we... I just think that you need to not see him as much. I think that he could be like the silent monster of the Hurt Business. I mean, it could be that, like, could you imagine, like, the Hurt Business go out and when they need reinforcements, they call for Bobby. Maybe refer to him as just Bobby. And, you know, you call for Bobby and then when his music hits, have him, like, come out and, like, you know, do some kind of pose in the entranceway where he's really showing off his physique. Just really angry. And then, like, down he comes. No nonsense. Have everyone looking fearful of him. Just make him out to be the monster that we all know he is. Don't need him cutting promos. Don't need to see him every single week. Stuff like this. Don't need him in matches with R-Truth. Don't need that. Build him up to be special. He's special. Don't see him every week. He's special. When they need the man, they can call for the man. It means that, like, Shelton and Cedric can do the heavy lifting. They're trying to build him up big, but it is missing the mark. He isn't like Brock or Kane, not even Batista. Xavier against the ropes, goes through the legs. Nice kick there by Cedric. I hate tag matches, says Blue and White Army. They can be good. They can be good. I know FTR are very, very excited. They're saying that they're going to try and make their match against the Young Bucks the best tag match ever. Right, commercial break. We're getting to 40-odd minutes. Philip says he should be like what 911 was in ECW for the Hurt Business. Just turn up and destroy everyone when needed. Yep. Yeah, I like it. Alternative Ultimate says, you know they are protecting Bobby from him since they never let him come face to face with Brock. Zen says, who would win out of Roman and Walter? Now, that's a match I'd want to see. That's a match I'm more interested in. You want to talk about a big guy that's got it. Walter has got it. The difference is that he doesn't say much. He doesn't cut loads of promos, does he, Walter? When he arrives, and yeah, that's it. That's it. Think about Imperium and the fact that you see Eichner and Bartel. Do you know what I mean? Like, when Walter comes to NXT, that is going to be huge. That is going to be huge. Because we've seen Eichner, we've seen Bartel. If they're in trouble, if they're getting beaten up, say, Legado del Fantasma or whatever, 3-on-2, beating them up, they're outnumbered. Music hits, and here he is. You see his shadow in the entranceway. The thing with him as well is that when that bell rings, you know you're going to see something special, something hard hitting. You know that there's potential for it to be a 5-star match. That Walter against Brock. Sign me up. Sign me up. Where do I sign up for that? It's going to take a little time, but I do hope we get it one day. I mean, I mean, honestly, I don't know how. I think you need to. I don't even know what you need to do. I mean, I'm ready to see it, but you've got to introduce into casual fans, haven't you? Really? And I don't think that Volta wants to do that. So I don't know. Still hope. Hopefully, Brock wants to do it. Hopefully, Brock. It would be something that Brock would be interested in. Days, when do you think Samoa Joe is going to return? That's a good question as well. I don't know. I'd love to see him compete some more times. That was good, wasn't it? When Joe faced Brock. Joe was someone that we wanted to see go up against Brock. The Joe chants from the crowd. Again, you know, intense. And when the bell rings, you know you're going to see a great performance. That'll be good, man. If someone picks on Joe and he has to respond. Right, we're underway with this match still. Young Bucks versus Lucha Bros was great, says Prince. Miz and Morrison versus Drew McIntyre will be the main event on Raw. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that match. I forgot that was a thing. Volta is so over outside of the UK, it's a shame that he's not willing to move. I respect it. It makes me really respect him because, like, you know, he knows where he wants to live. I mean, like, he doesn't want to live in America. He doesn't want to, like, move over there all his life and his friends and his family and everything. Like, it's all in Europe. So he doesn't want to, like, go over and restart, and I can understand it. It's no disrespect to America. It's just that he's not American, is he? He doesn't want to have to do that. His whole life is elsewhere. But he brings so much to NXT UK. I've got an eye on NXT UK with the rumours that Miko Satomura's coming in. I love her. Really do love her. I told a Miko story on Wrestling Escape Pod, which was all legit. It was all true. And yeah, there's big rumours that she's coming to NXT UK. Cedric trying to get a 3 count. Goes over, tags in Shelton. Who's going to win on Friday, Sasha or Bayley? I would feel pretty good about Sasha retaining. Here we go, Hurt Business. Kofi managing to scout that. Thrown by Shelton. Top rope Inzaguri by Xavier. Oh, into a DDT. And shoulder up by Shelton. Who is Volta? He is the current NXT UK champion. He's very impressive. I think, though, when you first see him, I don't know, I mean, like, he's big, tall, but, I mean, like, he hasn't got, like, the physique of a Brock or the physique of a Bobby. I don't know who you'd compare him to. It's like a bigger Keith Lee, taller. I don't know. He's hard to compare, actually, thinking about it. I don't know who you'd compare him to. Like a Trevor Murdoch. Seth needs to start putting tuck-through tables. You should update that Lana pick. This is the lucky Lana pick. Big throwdown by Cedric. What if Xavier turns on Kofi? Be interesting. Roll up by Shelton. Nice kick to the midsection by Xavier. Xavier going over, getting hung out on that top rope. Cedric Alexander tags in against the ropes. Inzaguri kick. They're going to do it. 1, 2, 3. but then not for the belts. So was that non-title? All right, so they might now get a future opportunity. Well done. Well done, Hurt Business. Guys, that team right there might be champions one day. Yeah! Celebrate! Here's Nikki Cross. Nikki, she is a reptilian. We can't see. Is that Alexa? She's tall. Is she standing on something? Nikki Cross is with Alexa backstage, but we can't see Alexa's face. You're stronger than this. You're stronger than him. Oh, she's got some contact lenses. Do the tongue thing! Ah, boo! She's got white eyes now. Creepy. Have you ever met Roman? No. I don't know if I'd want to be honest. He's awesome and everything, but what would you say? Honestly, what would you say? You're cool. You'd be like, I know. Bye. I thought she was going to have face paint. I did as well. I thought, this is what I keep saying. It's just little things all the time, but nothing that's like... They tease something bigger and you don't get it. So like with that there, I completely agree. I'm sitting here like, okay, well, what is it? And they spin around and it's got white contact lenses in. You go, oh, okay. At some point, they'll give you something impressive. But we are taking the scenic route. No tonguey thingy. I know. The eyes are nice. Yeah, she's done well. I hope she does a YouTube video talking about how she managed to get that. Give it time, says Mark Clark. Days, what WWE superstar was your favourite to meet? Everyone I've met has been nice. So I've got respect for Tyler Bate. I've got respect for Daniel Bryan. Honky Tonk Man was great. Dakota Kai and Kairi Sane. It was a 6-woman tag match. And everyone else went, apart from Kairi, who went around and met everyone that wanted to meet. If you wanted to meet her, you just had to stay and go to the barrier. And she went round, and every single person that was there, she went round and met every single person. So good. Really good. So that respect to her for that. And I met William Regal, and that was just a really cool experience. Just talked to him for a little bit about NXT and whatever, and he was just a really nice guy. I've never met anyone that's been awful, been bad. I've never had a bad experience. If you stand up, you can see Lana through your shirt. Oh, can I? Oh, wow. Yeah, I have got green on the top, so I'll have to stay down here. Sonny said, it took Bray a while to show his darkness. It'll be the same for Alexa. No. Bray showed us the Fiend on episode 4 of the Funhouse. And you might remember he said, do you want me to show you a secret? And in that same episode, we got the Fiend. So with this drip drip. That's not even a thing. This drip effect of teasing and promising something big and delivering something very small is not doing it for me. I'm quite happy to criticize that. It keeps coming back to this. It keeps coming back to what I said before the stream started. This punch thing. It's not delivering that knockout blow. And I gotta be honest. By the time we get there, I'm gonna have stopped caring. Like she was standing there staring away, and you want her to spin around and have the face paint and everything, and it wasn't there. We've got Tucker, who I thought had gone over to SmackDown. That was for the reports. Tucker loses very quick to Ricochet. We've had Ali come down. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. All right, Retribution are coming out. Here they are! Here they are! They're here! Yeah! T-Bar's here! Reckoning's here, guys. Slapjack. Wow, Reckoning's not joining in. She can't, can she? Poor Tucky. Poor Tucky. I like what Mia's wearing. Mia Yim's got a new little catsuit thing, whatever. Yeah, now we're going after Ricochet. Beat them up. Beat them up. They're circling round. Walking round in a circle. What is the point? I don't know. Right, well, they've beaten up Tucky and they're beating up Ricochet. Why are you doing this? Well, they're picking up Ricochet, planting him down. Okay, now he's standing over Ricochet. I don't know what this is leading to. I don't think anyone's coming out. Okay. We're backstage with Drew. We got Drew with Sheamus. Alexa has been in 3 so far. Next Monday is the 4th one. She's been with the Fiend since the Performance Center, though. Like, they've been together for a long time. She's been with him for months. If you think about, like, the fact she got kidnapped by the Fiend, and do you know what I mean? To get from that point to this point, it's been quite a long road. It's just not got the impact. It keeps coming back to that for me. It's not got the impact. She's been with him for a while. This drip effect. I mean, if you go back and watch those early Funhouse episodes, Bray isn't telling you that the Fiend is coming, or, you know, he doesn't talk about the Fiend. He just says, I've got a secret in episode 4. And it's got such impact. But by the time, like, I mean, we already know that she's got white eyes. We know that she can do something weird with her tongue. We've heard her music. Like, we're getting to the point where they're just giving us all the little things, and eventually it'll all get put together. But once it all gets put together, I don't know that it's going to have the impacts. We're going to have seen all the individual elements. It's not the way that I would tell the story. And the concern is that when you do actually get to the reveal, I don't think it's going to have... I don't know. For me, I worry that it's not going to have the impact. I think people that are into it are into it. And if you're not into it, you're not into it. And I like them together. I just think the story can be told better. Drew has always been a sore loser. I love a good slow turn, says Mo. But the problem here is I don't know what the turn is. Bray had a story and had the ability to tell it. Lexi isn't doing that, and it shows. She's just a prop, and it sucks. Tell you what, man, this has split people, hasn't it? It's people that are really into it. There's people that are really into this story, and there's people that don't like it. I don't know if I've seen anyone that's like really against it. But there's people that are really into it, and there's people that are, I'd say, on the fence. As I said, I haven't seen people that are like dead against it. But this one, I think, has got more of a scale than, like, say, The Fiend did. I think The Fiend kind of had, like, universally people loving it. Manuel said, shout out to you. Manuel Luis Pereira. Just got my 3-month badge. Where's my contribution? The Fight Funhouse was on fire. It was on fire.
Manuel Luis Pereira is a legend. They donated $25 Canadian via a super chat. Just got my 3-month badge. Where's my contribution? The Five Gib Funhouse was on fire.
Shout out to you, dude. It was on fire, wasn't it? Literally, when Randy burnt the compound, they kind of showed that it was burning in the funhouse as well. I mean, you could theorize about that. You know, you could say that maybe the funhouse is inside the new compound, or was inside that old compound, or maybe there's a real connection there, or maybe it's as he's reliving it in his mind. The funhouse is in his mind, which is why the flames were there as well. Like, there's lots that you can explore with that. So it's a very interesting point. It's a very interesting point. It was kind of it was one of the moments that stood out, was that when we saw the flames and Randy burning the compound, those flames showed themselves in the funhouse as well. So definitely theories that can come out of that. So yeah, good point. Shout out to you, Manuel Luis Pereira. Please don't tell me they're going to put Sheamus and Drew together as a team. Sonny says, it might have impact. If you're not expecting it to be that good, don't let your guard down. I think it could be good. We need to see like what her mask looks like, or face paint, or that's the key element, isn't it? I think what they're definitely doing is showing that there is going to be another side to her, another character to her, like the Fiend. So I feel like that's the message that's been received. The big piece that we're waiting for is the mask or the face paint. I feel like it could be a mask, and I feel like that'll be the final step, if you will. So to see the mask, that's the key element. That's the thing we're waiting for. That's the thing that they're teasing. I just hope it's good. I just hope it's good. What the concern would be is if there isn't a mask. The concern would be if she's just going to have the weird tongue thing, the white eyes, and it's basically the elements that we've seen so far. But fingers crossed that there is going to be like a mask that's involved. So let's see. Let's see. Austin says, I would rather Alexa had face paint than a mask. I'd rather her have neither. Okay. John says, I love what Alexa is doing. Was that to write Tucker off TV? Is he going to go away and get repackaged? Well, the rumors were that he was going to SmackDown. So I don't know if he's going to get repackaged or what the plan is. But the rumors were that he was going back to SmackDown. McIntyre versus Miz and Morrison. Right, 2-on-1 handicap match to round off Raw. We've got 18 minutes left, that's all. 18 minutes to go. Again, once the Alexa with Fiend plot is done, what happens to Alexa after that? Does she turn back to a fan favourite? Don't know. Sonny says, exactly, that's what I'm saying. You got to wait and look for clues. It might be a mask or half a mask or something like Thunder Rosa face paint. Your boy Yoshi says, I think she'll look like the doll. I'd like to see Alexa paint her face like the doll in the Funhouse with the same creepy smile. Big chop by Drew, but Morrison moves out the way. Claymore Country. Big right hand. Down goes Morrison. So we got Miz outside the ring. Handicap match to finish, yep. Kyle says, are we going to get the Fiend? Big kick by Morrison. Miz tags himself in. Back elbow by McIntyre. Sheamus is going to make a save. Brother Nero says she needs some rosemary paint. Chopped by Drew. Stomps by Drew. Shayna would have been better than Alexa in that role because she was willing to bite and make... Oh, yeah, do you remember that? Completely forgot about that. When Shayna came and bit Becky and all the blood. That was strange, wasn't it? That was strange. Days lights go out, they come on, and Alexa has turned into Eva Marie. That's using 2 wrestlers for 1 character. John says Shayna... Yeah, we read that. I remember when you called Shawn Miz Sheamus. When you called Shawn Miz Sheamus. I don't remember that, AJ Lee. I don't remember that. I believe it happened. I just don't remember it. Will Miz cash in his money in the bank tonight? On what? On who? Randy's not out there. If McIntyre beats both of these guys, how am I supposed to take Miz seriously? Well, you could say that after Braun beat them both. Drew charging over to the ropes. Miz moves out the way. Miz through the ropes to the outside. Big clothesline by Drew. Big kick by Morrison. Alabama slam. He's got Morrison. He's going to slam him on top of Miz. There we go. And he does. Uh, Frog Tongue. Last week's Funhouse was Alice in Wonderland. This one was Princess and the Frog related because of the frog tongue. She could be going through Disney stuff, couldn't she? Because she is a Disney fan. Days, wouldn't you say that Morrison deserves this more? I don't know if he deserves it more, but I would rather see him with the Money in the Bank briefcase. Jobbers. Random commercial break. Yeah. We got 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. WWE is wasting Morrison's talent. He is nothing more than the Miz's stooge. Days, have you got a PS4 or Xbox One? Yes, I've got a PS4, but I never play it. Wrestling Days fan says, I won't be interested in Drew teaming up with Sheamus. Is this the way they are using Drew after his title got stolen? You're just going to have him team up with someone. Krumar Edwards. Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Sonny says, Alexa is a Disney fan. Therefore, her hints are Disney movies that the Funhouse portrays. Bray's hints are horror movie related hints. Fiendy and the Frog says Hulky a menace. Yeah, it's a good theory, Sonny. It would make sense because she is into Disney films. So, I mean, yeah, you've got Bray that's going to cater for horror and, dare I say, a more male orientated. I mean, I don't know how many guys watch Disney films. I'm sure many do. But Alexa, maybe catering more to the female side. I don't know. But yeah, if there was a princess and a frog reference, I officially am not going to pick up on it. So, good, cool. Caters to all, doesn't it? Caters to all. RKO by Randy or Fiend interferes. Morrison should be in matches with people like Ricochet. Yes. Could you imagine that match? Much rather that than this. Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. This Raw is great, says Cora. Days on Insta, WWE posted saying that Ali has got one final message for everyone. What does this mean? I don't know. Maybe he's going away on holiday. I don't know. Well, we've already seen him. So unless we're going to see him again in the next 11 minutes, 10 minutes. Maybe that was his message. Beating up Tucker and Ricochet. These cryptic social media posts are getting a bit tiresome. Because they kind of build you up to something. And then it just turns out to be nothing that interesting. I haven't watched a Disney movie since I found the Lion King roars were actual tigers. Alexa is catering to young teenage boys. Have you seen the new Audrey... I don't know what that is. In comes Miz with Drew. Miz lands on his feet. Drew goes over to the corner. Back elbow by Drew. Maybe the Alexa tongue stuff is something like a kiss of death. Kicks to the midsection. 9 minutes to go. I think RKO is likely. Alexander says, Days, do you think there'll be more people joining Bray after Alexa? I would hope so. I would like there to be a new family. I think then that you could have tag matches. You could have Fiend. I mean, yeah, I would like it. I'd like it to be Bo. Bring Bo home. I would like that. I don't know what Bo's doing. I don't know where Bo is. LSW says, I haven't been watching Raw. I've been on PS4 listening. Well, I can tell you that at the halftime score, we were in the 6s. And I haven't seen a great deal in this kind of second part that would change that for me. Apart from Lana going through the table, that legit was my favourite part of the show. Oldberg, Goldberg. Lots of Oldberg and Goldberg chants. Is that what people are hoping for? That Goldberg is going to arrive at the end of this Raw to make this Raw even worse. To leave a really bad taste in our mouths. When do you think Randy or Ron and Drew should end their feud? I think it's gone off too long. Yeah, it's definitely gone on too long. They are bringing in some of the elements, though, aren't they? So, you know, the Fiend is obviously around, and Miz and Morrison are around, so hopefully not much longer. Morrison deserves a big push, says David. Miz outside the ring. Morrison with a headlock on Drew. Has Goldberg returned? No. The chat are just showing how interested in this match they are. I think you know that the main event is not delivering when the chat are chanting for Goldberg. Right, well, Drew is grabbing Morrison. Big forearm strike to the back. All of you people trashing on Goldberg is the same guy who beat your precious Fiend. Goldberg versus Bo Dallas. Someone should check out Bo Dallas being cited somewhere. We all expect Fiend or Randy to show up, but it might end by getting Sheamus. Brilliant. That's exactly what we want, isn't it? CM Punk. Right, how long have we got? This is just awful. I really think this is a bad ending. I mean, like, this match doesn't mean anything. I also don't care. And we've still got 6 minutes to go. He grabs Morrison, throws Morrison into the center of the ring. Right. Drew is down. Morrison rolling over to the Miz. Miz charging over. Clothesline by Drew. And again. Kind of a belly-to-belly, but there's a belly-to-belly. Miz goes across the ring. Drew is net breaker. He was like stalking. Kip up. Kip up by Drew. Looking for a future shot. Couldn't get it. Skull crushing finale. Couldn't get it. Spinebuster. Morrison. Shooting star. Standing shooting star. Breaks up the pin. I mean, honestly, why didn't he just drop an elbow? You got to break up a pin. Well, let's do this the hardest way possible. Right, well, this match continues. Yeah, the chat is loving on Goldberg at the moment. Absolutely loving on Goldberg. Morrison in. Goes for a super kick. Kick to the midsection. McIntyre down. 1, 2. Brooklyn Brawler. Legend. AEW. AEW. Oh. No. We are limping. Limping home. Cora Turner says, great match. Cora Turner, you love every match. Every match. I see you say great match. Respect. Respect to you if you are loving every match. I remember those days. I miss those days. When I was a kid, when I was young, I never saw a bad match. There was no such thing as a bad match. I miss them days. I miss being a kid where just everything is amazing. I wish I could have that back. I honestly think I've been distracted since Angel Garza spoke to me. How am I meant to concentrate on the rest of the show when Angel Garza said such wonderful things? Kicks coming in by Miz. Big strike against the ropes goes Miz. Knocks Morrison down. Boom. Future Shock DDT. This is such good Oh, I love that bit in the funhouse, though. That was good. When Abby turned around to Alexa. She said, well, you can shut the up. I love that bit. I'm looking forward to exploring their relationship. Miz down in the ring. Right, he's going to go for the Claymore. We've got a minute left. There's a minute left. Boom, Claymore. 1, 2, 3. McIntyre wins the handicap match. McIntyre should compete in the tag team division on his own. Drew wins, and it's finally over. Yeah. Home stretch. RKO. RKO by Randy. There we go. Oh, and the Fiend's laughing. And nothing happens. Well, there we go. That's a thing that's happened. Can this feud end? Yeah. Dario says that was bad. Omega, shout out to you. RKO. Yeah, we did get an RKO in the end. We also got Fiend giggling away. He's so happy, isn't he? I do like that about him. I do like the fact that he does just giggle away. He's having such a wonderful time. Same with Alexa as well. Right. Get your scores in. What did you think of the show? Wrestling Days fan with a 2. Only here for the comments says 3 out of 10. Kristen gives it an 8. 2 Wrestling Days fan. 5 from John. 625 from BBY. PSI. 7s, few 7s. 675. 675, 7, 725, 7, 9, 9.5. I can't even call it out of nowhere because it always happens. 6.5. 11 out of 10 just for the Botchasaurus. 7 5 8 5 8 7 7 8 2 5 5 9 10. It wasn't totally rubbish. LB, that's a great line. What did you think of Raw? Well, it wasn't totally rubbish. The gamer says 4. My final Raw score. It wasn't the best in the world. I literally turned my TV off for a bit. Yeah, man. Wrestling Kid with a 3. 6, 6, 5 for Imtiaz. 6.5 wasn't the best show. 6.5 hour was quick but boring. Better than last week though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, honestly, yeah. Fickle fans out of 10. Abby the Witch and Nia carried Raw. 6. Nkrumah Edwards. Welcome, my friend. In green. Best Raw we've had in weeks. I enjoyed it. Harrison, shout out to you. The last hour wasn't great. The first 2 were good, though, says Alex. God of War, that's not true. I think I've been talking about the show all throughout the night, so I think you pretty much know my take on it. I think that this show was below average. I think there was a lot of very uneventful things. If you didn't see this show, you haven't missed anything, really. There's nothing that you've missed apart from week 7 of Lana going through a table. And Strowman has joined the Survivor Series team, but he joined it in such a strange way that he had to win a triple threat match. I mean, the main event is Drew versus Miz and Morrison, and who cares who wins? What did it matter who won that match? So there was a lot of stuff in here that just didn't matter. And I was probably at about 6 at the halfway point. I think that third hour was boring, to be honest. I was actually watching the clock. I was like, how long we got left? 35 minutes. And by the final 15, I was like willing my life away. That's not a good sign. We don't normally find ourselves in that situation, so that has to get reflected in the score. So I didn't like it. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. I struggled towards the end of this show. I really struggled, and I don't know why. Like, there's nothing offensive in the show. There's nothing that's, like, going to really make you hate Raw. Like, there's nothing in there that's, like, bad, like, really bad or anything, but it's just, it's dull. And sometimes that's worse. I've said this before. Like, the worst a show can be is just boring. Just straight up dull. Uneventful. Nothing happens. If you missed it, it doesn't. Raw should be unmissable. Raw should be significant. It should be can't miss. There should be talking point. Like, I'm sitting here with nothing to say. I mean, honestly, I might genuinely, I think the biggest talking point coming out of this show, and this is how bad this show was, the biggest talking point is Alexa has got a long tongue. That is it. That is it. And I don't even know if it was a tongue or if it was goop, right? But whatever it was that came dribbling down or came whatever, right? That's the big talking point coming out of this. Alexa's got a big tongue. Other than that, Lana went through a table for number 7. Strowman qualified. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm seriously trying to think. I'm seriously trying to think. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to like explain why I've given it like a 5 because I know that's low. But I can't even tell you like significant things that happened on this show. I genuinely can't. So, it was boring, says David. The chat was the best thing about this show, says Ultimate. Dude, you guys are normally the best thing about this show, so there's no surprises there. This show wasn't bad. I think we should compare it to the weeks before. Honestly, right now, I can't quite remember the weeks before off the top of my head, but I would... If someone was to say to me, right now, do you want to watch... Right now, you've got to watch last week's show or that show again, I'd be like, I'll watch last week's. I'd watch last week's. There's nothing in that I would want to watch again. Did you see any part of Halloween Havoc? I watched it all. I watched all of it. Yeah. I think the highlight for me was Ray versus Eddie. The stream is always better, says Dom 15. The chat makes everything more enjoyable. You guys make things more enjoyable. Let's get that crystal clear. Straight up, 100%. Let's be honest right now. I'm going to throw some honesty your way. If it weren't for you guys, if it weren't for this stream, I don't think I would have got to the end of that show. Being honest. I don't think I don't care about that main event. I don't care who wins out of Miz and Morrison and Drew. I do not care. Ricochet versus Tucky, I do not care. So there was quite a bit of that on this show. So if it weren't for you lot, I wouldn't have got. I don't think I would have got through to the end. 3 because of Bray and Alexa. God of War, that is fake news that you've seen. SmackDown is going to be amazing. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. I love the Roman story. So, also on the bright side, there was no Eva, says RJ Madma. That's true. David said no invasions this year. No, I'm not expecting one, to tell the truth. Maybe more towards like the go home shows once the teams are in place, but right now there's still a lot of like slots that need to be like filled. Moda said Randy looked scared before the show went off air. I think the moment Randy called himself a legend rather than a legend killer, he sealed his doom and he will lose that title soon. Daze, what's your thoughts on the passing of movie icon Sir Sean Connery? Can't even say it. Very sad. Very sad. I mean, he had a good life. I mean, he was in his 90s, I believe. So, I mean, incredible, really. But, yeah, no, very sad. I mean, for me, the best Bond, my favourite Bond. And obviously had a great movie career and loved all over the world. And just, yeah, really incredibly sad. Incredibly sad. But had a great innings, didn't he? How about you book the show and we'll see if you're better, it would be rubbish. If I book the show, it'd be better because it couldn't be worse. Nick says, Daze, I think from next week you should start the stream in Vince's voice, saying welcome to Monday Night Ball. Well, I mean, look, I look forward to the Monday streams and the Friday streams, and you're always going to have the occasional bad show. So, it's not a problem. Not a problem. This was just bad week. I mean, look, we've been here before, haven't we? We've been down this road with Raw before, so... Eric, shout out to you, dude. Mark says, all through Raw wasn't that good. SmackDown will save us. I want midgets back on Raw, says William. Eric, shout out to you, dude. Felix says 5 out of 10. I missed the show. Yeah, I mean, there was nothing significant. It just has pretty dull matches. Nothing that significant. I can't really sit and say you've got to check this out or watch that. I mean, if you want to see the Funhouse and like Alexa has got a long tongue, I don't know. I mean, like when I say that, I'm not being silly. I don't know what if it was a long tongue. I don't know if she's like a reptilian, or if it was goo. I'd have to go back and rewatch it. So that's probably like the big talking point. If I was gonna do a video, probably do it on that. But to be honest, I don't think I need to. Like, there's not really. I don't know what there is to talk about. Sonny says I gave it a 9, but it's probably because I'm entertained easily. Right, look, dude, if you enjoyed the show to the point where you're giving it a 9 out of 10, then brilliant. That's great. Days, thank you for your streams. Days, really? What? With the tongue? I got 2 shout-outs. They were only a few seconds apart. You did. Couple of minutes, and then we are going to say goodbye. I've got high hopes for SmackDown. We've obviously got Sasha versus Bayley on that show. We've also got the Roman story still trundling along, which is my favourite thing that's happening right now in wrestling. So, plus also, and it does make a difference, it's only 2 hours. I do think, like, this Raw, we were about a 6 at the halfway point. I think Lana went through a table just after that. If this had been 2 hours, could have got a 6.5, could have got a 7. Who knows? It does suffer from being 3 hours long. I know we say this on a very, very regular basis, but yeah, I do think that massively helps SmackDown. The fact that it's not 3 hours long. Nick says, give it a go tonight. If you can't even do Vince, then I don't blame you. Not doing NXT. I don't think next couple of weeks will be boring with Survivor Series coming. Anthony, shout out to you. Zachary says, I think Drew is going to be the last member of the team. As if there was any doubt that Daddy Drew would win, says Heather. General Snotty Notty says, I hate it. Monica, shout out to you. Escape pod tomorrow, yes, and I am determined to make sure there will be no technical difficulties. I might even get in touch with Triple T and say, you know how we always meet up like a minute before we go live? Can we try and meet up 2 minutes before we go live to try and make sure there's no technical problems? I might have that conversation. Is Alexa's toad tongue longer than Gene Simmons? She went full on Gene Simmons. Monica, shout out to you. General Snotty Notty, shout out to you. And we are done. We are done for this bumper stream that we've enjoyed tonight. So, yeah, look, massive shout out, massive thank you to everyone that joined us. Always great getting your thoughts, your perspective, and throwing around a few theories, debates, conversations. It's the good stuff, man. It gets me through these shows sometimes. It's for me, a bad week, but whatever. We'll go again on Friday for SmackDown, and high hopes for that show, as we said. High hopes for that show. So yeah, awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. Really do appreciate the support. Good luck to my American friends as well. If you are able to vote. I'm not told to say that, right? But I'm going to say it because voting is important. Do you know what? You all like to have your say when it comes to wrestling, but you should also have your say at the polls. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, get out and I don't care who you vote for. Makes no difference to me. So get out and vote. Unless you're going to vote for Bob Backlund, who was running for president. So I don't know if he's running for president this year. If you can vote, I mean, just write him in. Do that. Do you know what I mean? Can you write him in? Could we make this work? Can we somehow get Bob Backlund voted in as president? I would appreciate it. Do it for me. Yeah. So, obviously, if you can vote. And I'll probably going to, I've obviously got the escape pod tomorrow, but I am genuinely quite interested. Of course, the world is interested to see the election unfold. So I'll probably be editing videos tomorrow night and watching that as it unfolds. And I do like all that kind of election night stuff. I always stay up during like the British elections as the results are coming in. And obviously it's, big thing, isn't it? So it should be interesting. Should be very, very interesting. The candidates are a joke. Well, we're not going to get political, right? I'm not going to get political, but all I'm going to say, vote for Bob Backlund. Yeah? Do what's right, guys. Do what's right. America, we're relying on you here, yeah? Do the right thing, yeah? Vote for Bob Backlund. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again next time. Vote for Bob.